Welcome back, everybody. After a break to the tournament, we're here with the best of 21. First day between TaToH and TheViper. Amazing matchup between two Gamer Legion guys, and the first game has just launched, so we'll also jump right in there. No time will be wasted, of course. I can't wait to get back into this event after a few days off again. I'm happy that was the last break we went on in this tournament, and from here on out it's going to be games every single day, so we can watch AOE2 to our heart's content. And all that said, let's jump in here. Game 1, TaToH against TheViper. As always, we start out here on Arabia. I haven't gotten around to showing you guys the drafts yet, obviously, but they're also quite interesting. Now though, let's focus on the games first. There we go. To open up the day, we're getting Huns against Sicilians, two rather low priority cities. I haven't seen a lot of love in this tournament. It'll be interesting to see how this goes, because obviously these aren't the top of the shelf picks. Nonetheless, picks that we have seen before, especially Sicilians, have been played on Arabia before. Huns, the typical cavalry civilization, of course, but also really good cavalry archers, at least cheap ones. No ring archer armor detracts from that a little bit, but that's still good options for them. Expecting the regular scout cavalry opening there. On the other side for the Sicilians, also a civ that with the pros tends to always just go cavalry. The knight play there is the standard Halberg unique tech in Imp, making the knights extra tanky and even good against cavalry archers specifically, so that could be a decent point in the game if TaToH is able to get there. I think I specifically remember also TaToH playing the Sicilians against Hera in their matchup on Arabia. I don't think it went too well for him there. We'll see this time around how he does against TheViper. Now, the civs out of the way, let's check out the stats actually. Nothing cooler than to take a look at the statistics. In this tournament, TaToH has played 3 series, and he's won Arabia once, lost on Arabia twice. TheViper has played only 2 series before this one, and he's 1-1 on Arabia. In the direct matchup between TaToH and TheViper in previous tournaments, TheViper has a win record of 10-4 on Arabia, so it seems to be a map that does favor TheViper. His win rate on that map against TaToH better than his average win rate against him in tournament games. So we'll see if this holds true. Of course, the civ matchup heavily influential to these stats, so it's not always black and white like that, but always still interesting to me to take a look at these stats. Also, let's get the predictions out of the way. I always like to do a prediction at the start of these series, and honestly, it's really difficult for this one. TaToH has played well in this tournament, but has lost 2 of the 3 series. Has looked really good against Winch, really good against Yo, until I had to leave, sadly. I didn't get to see the second day of their series. So, sadly, I didn't see Yo's amazing comeback, but I gotta say, TaToH looking good for the most part in that series. So it's really surprising that he ended up dropping it. And against Hera, well, nobody has been able to beat Hera. But TaToH series against him wasn't actually that close. It was an 11-6. So, TaToH for sure gonna be disappointed with how the tournament has gone so far for him. Would feel great to cap it off with a win against TheViper here. That being said, though, TheViper has just looked amazing. I mean, he played really well against Hera. He lost 11-10, but it's obviously still a really competitive series between the two. And in the other series, pure domination against Winchester, 11-3 there. And against Yo, well, he hasn't played yet against the Yo. That is the last series in this tournament. Is going to be TheViper against Yo 4 days from now. So it'll be exciting. But TheViper looking strong, so that's why I'm picking him as the clear favorite in this series. If I were to pick a score, well, I would go for a... Oof, it's hard. 11-7 is what I would go for. I can definitely also see 11-8. I'm kind of in between 11-7, 11-8. I'd go for more. It really depends. Is the Viper going to be able to dominate as hard? It's tricky. Well, Hera won 11-6 against TaToH, but that's of course not a good benchmark, and don't think we're gonna see the same kind of series. So yeah, I would go for 11-7 for the Viper, but obviously that's largely guesswork. I can't really be too sure there. That being said, let's focus on this Scout War to open up the game. We see the Viper with a lot of extra army at this point. Well, not actually a lot, just 4 scouts out already. TaToH only now getting his 3rd, but has enough spearmen, so he should be able to defend against this adequately. Both players with the same number of eco upgrades, so the opening has been pretty much identical up until this point. Viper even deciding to add yet another scout, perhaps after seeing that the base isn't fully walled just yet. So he feels with enough scouts, maybe he's able to pick some villagers off, kill a few spearmen. We'll see how he decides to play it. Either way, it's got the military advantage right now, and TaToH really not investing a lot. That being said, though, queues up another scout. And still has Viper kind of on the run, kiting him around here. Don't really like that from Viper. If he's investing so much into scouts, I don't like him just using those to chase around TaToH scouts. His resources are all walled in, except for the gold, so he should make sure to get some palisades up there. If he completes those, then he's basically fully safe at home. And yeah, I would like him to go forward with these scouts. He's just given TaToH a lot of free time. Don't think it was a good idea to chase these scouts around the map. He didn't get any hits in. And he showed TaToH where he was, so he completely took all the pressure away. I'm not a huge fan of that early wheelbarrow, actually, for the Viper in this one. Interesting. He's fine with the spearman. 3 spearmen out. Should be good. TaToH, meanwhile, also with the 5th scout added in there. Going forward with quite a lot as well, but there's really not a lot of angles. The only thing he could attack would be the berries. Viper needs to make sure that his spearmen keep protecting those. Same thing for TaToH. It looks like he was able to land a good amount of shots on the Viper's scouts. So at this point, both players again pretty even, but TaToH choosing to invest still more into military. That is very confusing. I wonder where he's trying to attack here. Viper, meanwhile, getting up those archery ranges here. I don't even think he's gonna make anything out of that until Castle Age. But maybe prepares to go into cavalry archers. It seems he's really just looking to go up to the next age, though. So it's TaToH who's heavily investing into army, and Viper, who hasn't made any more in quite some time. It's getting to a critical mass of spearmen, though, slowly but surely, or excuse me, critical mass of scouts is what I'm saying. So it's extremely important for the Viper not to lose all of his spearmen easily. Needs to keep protecting those villages. Double archery ranges go up as he's gonna click up Castle Age rather soon. But that being said, that's all the army from TaToH compounding to a level where he's able to snipe a lot of villages here. Is that going to be all 3 villages going down? It seems like it very well might be. The Viper buying time with it, but 3 villages lost is massive. That's great results at this point, and he's going to be able to get this tower to go up. So at least the woodline is going to be relatively safe. That being said, though, he brings all of these villages forward. For what reason, I'm not entirely sure. Well, how safe is he going to be able to get up to Castle Age? I'm not sure. He's bringing the wills and just going to try to rush down this dungeon as fast as possible. It's getting extremely dirty, though, as the spearmen from TaToH pop out, doing a lot of damage. I don't think this was the play the Viper was looking for here. Wow, that's 7, 8 villagers down. And it's going to be another dungeon. This is where the Sicilians shine. And for the Viper, it is a horrible spot to be in here on the way to Castle H. He's losing way too much at this point. His woodline is going to get pressured hard here. The second dungeon has come down, and the TaToH still mining yet more stone. At least the Viper is going to be able to finally take out the first dungeon. But those 4 villagers down south, 5 of them even, they're again going to be under heavy fire. TaToH coming to play here in the first game. Looking really strong. Look at the villager numbers, guys. It's crazy. Of course, the Castle Age time is factored in there. But with 9 villager kills at this point, this is as good as over. Thing is, the Viper maybe trying to extend this game in order to warm up a little bit before the next games. But that's going to be the 3rd dungeon dropped. This time around on his gold. And villagers continuing to drop on these farms. It's extremely ugly here in the early game. 18 villager gap. 17.5 minutes into the game. Well, it's extreme early game domination here by TaToH, who kills another will. That's 10-0 villager KD. He's owning right now. The Viper's still trying to go into cavalry archers to get some raiding going on the other side, I assume. TaToH guarding this gold up north very intelligently. Sees the villagers coming out now. Oh man, what an early game here that TaToH has been able to pull off. Wonder where he's going to go with these villagers. Maybe to drop another dungeon behind the woodline this time around. Could be very beneficial. And that's a lot of scouts still swarming around here with scale barding. The cavalry archers barely doing any damage here. They only have fletching. So that's 7 attack against scouts with 3 pierce armor and no ballistics, obviously. So you're barely landing any shots if TaToH keeps on moving. And he's doing exactly that, dropping the dungeon behind the woodline again. The Viper seems to see this. Oh yeah, he does. Okay, so he's going to be able to evacuate before worse things happen. But he's just lost way too much at this point, hasn't he? Look at these scouts here wreaking havoc. That's the 11th villager going down for the Viper. Well, rarely have I seen such an ugly feudal age. The entire eco around his TC is pretty much idle. It's got nothing to work with at all here, really. And yet more scouts being queued for TaToH. He's smelled the blood here and is going in for the kill. The woodline again going to be abandoned, as the spearmen are even giving him a tough time. Continuously forcing Viper to move back, kite backwards. Hello there, newbie in chat. Good to see you again. Been an amazing tournament. I'm not sure how much you've seen of it. But man, TaToH coming out real strong in his first game. He's gonna get a 20 villager lead here in a second and idling yet another part of Viper's eco. Let's see if he can pull this off. Maybe he's going a bit too hard for this one. We'll see. He's getting another few scouts. Nah, he should be able to get this dungeon to go up. Certainly. And Viper's cav archers, well, he's got 7 by now. They're not as expensive. Let's see how well they can trade here. Oh, the spearmen absolutely cleaning house though. The dungeon has gone up in the end. I do think the Viper mainly sticking around to get some warm-up feeling going before the next games of the series, but this is not the start he was hoping for. Well, only bit here and there. Fair enough. GG is called. TaToH with the clearest game 1 victory that I've seen in this tournament so far, definitely. Looking extremely good here. So let's actually check out the draft page. Are you yourself playing in any tournaments currently in UP? Or what do you have going on? As TaToH takes the first game. And we'll adjust. Oops. Okay, there we go. So that is a victory on the Sicilians, the last pick for TaToH, and a loss on the Huns. the last pick for the Viper. That's truly the bottom tier matchup. Oops, where did the draft page go? What the hell is going on? Why did the Civ draft just disappear? And sometimes it's just weird. That's the wrong Civ draft. Okay, here we go. Okay. Well, that's the Viper going down 1-0. He's going to be able to pick the next map. And the first map win will be going over to TaToH, game 1 on Arabia. There we go. The Viper able to select the next one. Now, of course, he's still got all the options ready here. It's 20 maps that he can pick from. 2 maps from every category. And that's a lot of variation in there, so can truly choose which maps he thinks he's got the best civs for. It's pretty flexible there at the start of this series. And yeah, I don't think he's chosen a map just yet. But looking at his civs, I mean, he's got Khmer, he's got Malians. I'm surprised Malian's extremely early on the pick here, but these guys obviously knowing each other very well. Probably aware of which civs they should be picking early. Yeah, I mean, for the Viper, he's got all the Meso civs as well, interestingly. So could be looking to use some of those. He's got Vikings, Italian, so he's definitely got strong naval options. That could be an angle he might be looking to take. He's got Turks for some closed maps that should be looking extremely good. Other than that, I mean, Khmer have been extremely strong on these super open maps. So that is an angle I could see the Viper taking, but maybe he still feels like he's not warmed up yet. Maybe still wants to go for one of the more creative games, one of the less important wins. So wouldn't be too shocked seeing him pick one of the lower tier civs. I don't know, maybe something like Chinese, Hindustanis. He's got a specific strat for that. Okay, it looks we are in the game for game 2 already. They've picked Serengeti here. Seems to have been the Viper's choice. That's fine and all. Well, we'll get right in. And the Civ picks are not the ones that I was expecting. There we go. Game 2, TaToH up 1-0. Now on Serengeti with the Gujaras, a Civ that I don't think has seen a lot of wins in this tournament yet. If any at all, honestly. I can't really recall any specific victories for this civilization. It's a pretty cool Civ though. And maybe he can grab an upset win on this one. Well, what do the Gujaras have to offer? Well, I'm always a bit split when it comes to this Civ. Thing is, I think the point where they really shine is the unique units. That's specific counters to what the opponent might be making. But not really crazy strong units on their own. So it really depends if you get a good matchup, if you get an army comp that's able to counter out the opponent very well. Viper playing Tatar, so if you're expecting cavalry archers there, then maybe the Shrivamsha can be a good option. Otherwise, I mean, the Chakrams really good against infantry, most importantly. So the Viper opts for pikemen against the Gajara camels, for example. Chakrams could also have a valuable place in this game. Overall, though, I think a Civ that, yeah, well, just hasn't found as much success. Their eco isn't amazing, and as I said, they don't really have that strong go-to unit. You see right there also not even pikemen or knights available to the Gajaras, so really unique kind of niche Civ. Lacking a few techs as well on the blacksmith, so it is a bit weird to make work. Let's see what TaToH is going to go into. On the other side, for the Viper, well, he's down 1-0, and he picked this map for a reason, I assume. Notably because he's probably comfortable with the TaToHs on it. When I saw his stream during the draft earlier, he mentioned how he liked TaToHs on this map because of the many points of elevation, so the hill bonus can really be made use of quite well on this one. That's of course just one of the aspects there for the TaToHs. Also, I mean, the extremely good Cav Archers, smooth transitions as well in Castle Age and Imp with Thumbring and Parthian Tactics coming in for free. And, well, small bonus for sheep as well, where you get more food out of them. Not the craziest eco bonus, maybe just quite akin to the Gajaras, who also have that small eco bonus that isn't extremely massive. That said, let's check out which type of builds these two guys end up going into. Both players on the way to feudal with pretty much, again, the exact same build order there. 19 Vills, Loom into up. Viper still working on his Zebra there. On the TaToHs, they're a bit flexible. You can go Scouts, you can also go Archers, because obviously you want the Archer technologies anyways. Oftentimes you might see both units actually come out in Feudal Age already. Both a range and a stable. I have to drop in the barracks for now. I don't know. I mean, we might be expecting a barracks or a stable opening for him, but again, could see him go into an archery range, even if a little bit later as well. For TaToH on the other side, the Gajaras. I mean, typically you just see the stable there. We'll see what he ends up going into. Also, still pushing a few hunt animals in there. Seems like there's actually quite some hunt on this map. That's good for the Gajaras, obviously, who can't really eat their sheep early because they want to garrison those in the mill. So having a bit of extra hunt, if this indeed is one of the extra hunt maps, I'm not sure. That would help out for sure. It's not classified as an extra hunt map, at least. It's classified aggressive. Maybe let's take a quick look at the stats as well. These two guys have never played this map against each other in tournaments that I could find. But previously in this tournament, both players have only won on this map. Both TaToH and the Viper with 2 wins and no losses on this map in this tournament until this point. So one of these guys is going to end the other guy's win streak here. And the Viper probably liking his matchup, considering he was the one that picked this map. Also color coming in for TaToH, not yet for the Viper. So this time around we're seeing at least some difference in the build here early on. And it is the stable for the Gajaras, as well as the stable for the Viper, who, well, is still scouting around with his scouts, largely not going on the offensive just yet. He has found out about TaToH's stables though. TaToH hasn't actually spotted the Viper yet, so cannot be 100% sure where the opponent is located or what he's going into. For all he knows, the Viper might be going for archers as well. That's always a spot you don't love to be in. Early on these land maps, you typically want to scout the opponent in early feudal age, or even during the transition to feudals, to know what you might be in for, how you need to wall, or what units you might want. And that's exactly what I was saying. We see the archery range now for the Viper because the TaToHs are just flexible like that. Don't mind going multiple unit types. TaToH hasn't quite spotted it yet, has only seen the stables so far. Is quite well walled though. There's not a lot of space to get into his base from. His base is extremely small though. He's got some gold at the back, but that's kind of it. No stone in there. At least until he walls in this front stone. So he's quite well walled, but not a lot in his walls for now. Some harassment. Obviously this game starting out a little bit slower than the last one. We don't actually see 5 villager kills yet. TaToH is going to be the first one who again finds a really good scout right here. Viper's base extremely exposed and his berry is not guarded by any spearmen at all. Quite curious decision here. He loses out on 1 villager plus 1 spearman. He's had Spearmen at his woodline that is almost fully walled, but none on his berries. That is quite a questionable choice, I have to say. Viper still slacking a bit. And again, one villager down, or at least he would be if TaToH hadn't already grabbed Wheelbarrow, which obviously idles the TC for some time. So the numbers don't look as bad for the Viper, but he's behind that one villager kill. TaToH dives in a bit, almost caught there. Gotta pay attention not to take too much free damage, especially without scaleboarding being in. These town center arrows do hurt quite a lot. At home, meanwhile, TaToH very safe, drops the archer range now as well, after having spotted the Viper's range, presumably. Yep, that's it. It's gonna be double ranges for Viper, as TaToH is the one who seems to be looking to go up to the next age rather soon. And he's in a good spot to do so. I mean, he's pretty safe at home and he's already done some damage on offense. Opting into some skirmishes now, which is going to be really useful if Viper goes forward with his archers, or just later on against the cavalry archers as well. Well, skirmishes are just the typical counter. Viper looking himself now to find some damage, but TaToH is aware. Brings the spearman, not going to allow Viper to land any more hits on these villagers. And so he's going to be up to castle age with quite the advantage here, timing-wise. Army-wise, it's pretty even. And Viper looking to click up here in a second himself. But decidedly behind it. Even with worse eco upgrade. So it looks pretty similar, right? I mean, Viper maybe 1.5, 2 minutes behind on the way up to the next age, but he doesn't have horse color, he doesn't have wheelbarrow yet, and he doesn't have an army lead as well, and now opting into archers while the opponent is already preparing skirmishes. So this situation, again, I like a lot for TaToH. The question is, can the Gajaras kind of, sustain this lead? Can they capitalize on it at all? Or the Tatars just too strong? Well, we'll see about that. As it's again TaToH going forward with a lot of skirmishes this time around. Viper greets him with the archers, but of course the cavalry nimble enough to avoid most of these shots. Viper getting a few free hits in there. The skirmishers, well, they're extremely good against the Viper's archers and spearmen as well to some extent. But the Viper, I was gonna say, if he holds a hill position with his skirmishers, he's going to be quite scary for TaToH's, with his scouts rather, he should be quite scary to TaToH's skirmishers. There's one spearman in there that Viper will have to be wary of as TaToH gets up to the next age. Bloodlines queued up. Well, he's getting good shots in with that spear. That said, he's going into a few camels as well. And the Viper going to have to abandon this position. Half a minute away from the next age himself. And he's going to try and house wall this for just some time. It's tricky though, because this house is not going to hold up for very long at all. The skirmisher is posing a pretty big threat to the Viper here, and he's not too keen on upgrading his scouts, so you can't just run in there and snipe him. It's up there, fletching now in. Didn't even have fletching before that engagement. Yeah, that is obviously a big problem then. Elite skirm already in for TaToH. He's in a great spot here, man. His army so strong. Right now, crossbow Botkin on the way for the Viper. Well, 10 archers is quite something. But the skirmisher still giving him trouble. And TaToH queuing up yet some more. Second TC going up for him at home. Viper takes the engagement here, losing a few more of his scouts, which he might need against these skirmishers, honestly. It seems he's now going for a knight or two just to be able to clean up those. While he's also preparing a switch into cavalry archers, presumably. He's just made one of them, continues to produce crossbows in the meantime. Well, he's going to fall behind in villages here. Well, unless, of course, he does this and adds a second TC himself. It looked like he was going heavily into army here, but it seems he's still dropping a second TC just to keep up with the eco numbers as well. Not the worst choice for sure. Oops, I've got the... I'm just seeing I've got the overlay wrong from yesterday. My apologies. There we go. My bad on that. Why does it still say best of 3? It's best of 21. There we go. My goodness. Okay. Now Viper with 2 knights may be able to contest those skirmishes, but TaToH has done his homework. He's prepared the camels, and that's double armor upgrades for his skirmishes, so they're extremely tanky here. Even against, well, not really against the knights, but at least they'll be able to hold out for a bit longer. Viper. He's getting pressured quite a bit here, and against the skirmishes he still doesn't have any answers. Now decides to go on offense himself, while TaToH is trying to do damage on the Viper's home front. Look how tanky those elite skirmishes are with double armor upgrades. They don't do the most damage to villagers, but against these crossbowmen they're extremely effective. Viper trying to harass TaToH at home now. Hasn't actually gotten any villager kills yet, but of course causing a lot of idle time. Himself being pressured at home though by, albeit not as strong of a raiding party. Interesting, both players' eco efficiency now obviously completely in the bottom. Third TC has been added by TaToH already. Viper still getting his one up. And he can't really do a whole lot more on offense there, while it seems like TaToH is about to break in here through these houses. And Viper still no siege workshop for him. He's just relying on knights and crossbows. Against this, we'll need a lot more crossbows though to deal with these camels. And ballistics is honestly kind of necessary as well at this point, if he wants his crossbows to remain the main weapon against the camels. Well, on offense, at least he's able to keep a lot of eco idled from TaToH and kill a few camels. Seems like TaToH, having destroyed this house, is going to abort the push for now, maybe looking for a different angle as the Viper gets his TC up here in the east. So both players on those 3 TCs equal villager numbers. I don't think the Viper is too mad about getting to Castle Age with even villager numbers here, but the army is still a problem for him, as these skirmishes he hasn't found an answer for. Loses another villager here, and well, TaToH just so evil, snipes the sheep, the second one, with his skirmishers. What a monster. Finds a really good trade against the crossbows as well, and look at these knights, man. 8 HP on 2 knights combined. Well, he's going to lose everything here. This is disastrous for the Viper. He's going to lose all the crossbows, as well as the knights most likely, or is he? Well, the knights somehow get home. If he had any monks, he could heal those up for extreme value. One of the crossbows is only, well, I was gonna say, but no, he goes down as well. Man, where do you go from here for the Viper? His army is extremely behind. Oh, please, trade card, please. Please don't cancel it. I always love seeing trade cards. TaToH is bringing out the secret weapon. Oh, I hope he doesn't cancel it. I love seeing those. Viper meanwhile securing the first kind of hill outside his base. The castle thinks twice about it though. Interesting, I wonder why he cancelled that one. Oh, it feels like it might be necessary to secure the entrance here. That probably will pay off as TaToH comes forward again and is not going to be able to break in there with the camels for now. He's cancelled the trade card. Man, okay, well, maybe we'll see one later on in this series. This is only game 2. It's best of 21, 10 games of which will be played today. Viper losing another few villagers here against these skirmishers. Look at this damage. This is skirmishers, but so many and so well upgraded that they are able to threaten villagers after all. TaToH now gonna have to back off, and finally the monastery up for the Viper. That's extremely good to heal up these knights and also to be able to convert some camels. It goes into Kashyyyk at this point. Interesting choice, for sure. After that one initial cavalry archer, Viper hasn't actually made any more. TaToH still with his same old army comp, camels and skirmishers, but also some monks behind. Relic-wise, neither player has picked up any yet. I expect TaToH to move out soon. Viper now gonna try and get his second castle up, needs those to protect his eco. But TaToH using that stone to get another TC going. Villager numbers already slightly in his favor, and it seems that the lead might be built on in a second. As he's going to try and attack Viper's base from another angle, is going to be able to break in here. Viper's TC should protect this quite well, but it's going to have to garrison again. Well, we'll see if TaToH is going to succeed in doing any damage. It seems he's not even going to attempt to dive in though, as the Viper should have gotten the note by now. I like the TaToH castles. It's the same for the Cumans, I think, right? This architecture style, pretty cool. I am a fan. The Gajaras, I don't remember exactly how they look, but maybe we'll see one as well. This is typically a map where we see a few castles. Finally, wheelbarrow on the way for the Viper, but his army once more caught out in the open is going to lose another round of crossbowmen. Well, he's trying to move out every time, but it just hasn't worked at all so far. He's gotten nothing out of these raids. Oh, well. Besides some idle time when he first attacked. Snipes a monk here. That's decent. I guess that's why he's moving out, to try and contest the relics at least a bit. Viper actually being the first one to grab a relic, still having the sullen one that he's likely also going to be able to get. TaToH here actually trying to get that one, not going to be able to get there in time though. In the middle with his military numbers, complete domination though. Viper just buying time, I assume, trying to protect. And ooh, that's interesting. I assume TaToH is sending these scums to try and protect his monk with the relic, but doesn't end up getting it. Instead going to harass the woodline once more. The 1 HP villager able to get out of there. Actually 1 HP. Well, love to see it. And he should have a lot of camels. Where are his camels? Oh, they're up north, as he's on the way to Imp, having picked one of the monks and again getting kills on these knights. The military engagements haven't gone in Viper's favor whatsoever so far. 5 villages he's lost, but apart from that, 40 to 16 KD in military numbers for TaToH, who's going to try and put a castle on this hill, as he's going to Imp both players actually up. Pretty much identical timings here. Eco numbers a bit better for TaToH, and military is his big advantage here, as he still has a ton of camels and skirms on the map. Viper, yeah, he's on the way to Imp, but with what? What is he going to do there? Is he going to go full into monks to protect against the Gajara camels? Maybe. But what to do against these skirmishes? He's going to need siege there, or strong cavalry options, neither of which he's going into right now. He's actually preparing pikemen against the camels, which is also a valid attempt, and then a castle down south to secure this flank. Not the hugest fan of this, but I guess he wasn't going to be able to get it on either of the hills outside of his base. And TaToH just outposting the area around the base for now. Going to get a lot of intel with that. And still mining more stone, so likely to be able to drop even more castles, which also look quite decent, I gotta say. Coming in 20 and 30 seconds respectively. Really good upgrades there for TaToH, comparatively to Viper, who still only has the most necessary type of stuff. And there we arrive in Imp, 2 trebuchets queued. Viper follows suit. So he's got 3 castles up, obviously, and he's producing traps out of the front too. I'm expecting conscription down south here from the 3rd castle. That's typically what we see in situations like these when you have multiple castles. Typically start producing traps, but also conscription as soon as possible. Viper doesn't opt for that. Interesting. Well, he's looking for different upgrades. It's Timurids Siegecraft. Well, that is reasonable, knowing that the opponent is likely to also produce traps at the same rate as you. We check over here, and it's +2 range for the trebuchets on the TaToHs, as well as flaming camels, but I'm not sure we're gonna see those. TaToH has had enough though. He's diving in here with the camels to raid with. Viper's got a lot of buildings to garrison into, but TaToH only goes for a few snacks and leaves. Very well upgraded camels, as heavy camels about to come in. Trebuchets are up and firing. Viper with extra range on his. Let's see how this Trebuchet war is going to go. Chemistry is in for the Gajaras as well, and for the Gajaras they have gunpowder options. Bombard cannon and hand cannoneer are available, so chemistry a worthwhile upgrade. Also good for the skirmishers, obviously. There go the camels again. Viper going to try and convert a few as they dive onto his Trebuchet in the north. Pikemen not enough to defend the Trebuchet, or are they? The villagers repairing against it, and he somehow holds the Trebuchet. Massive engagement for the Viper. As he gets the Halberd upgrade as well, this could be a big swing in his favor. He's got three Trebuchets rather firing right now. Villager numbers pretty good for both players at this point. And wow, how did the Viper not lose that Trebuchet? It looked like his pikemen were way out of position, but it was enough to save the trap. Is this a potential turning point here? Well, it's still difficult. The Viper is cornered into his kind of 20% of the map that he's got walled in there. And that said, he hasn't gotten any Trebuchet kills yet. His castle also taking heavy damage as he's completely focused on taking out the Trebuchets for now. Let's see, he's not landing these shots. And I think he's also aiming at the skirmishers with some of these Trebuchets, honestly speaking. Blast turn is about to come in. These pikemen are going to be extremely strong on offense, but they're super squishy. There's no second armor upgrade for TaToH infantry. So these skirmishers can rip through these halberdiers. If the Viper oversteps, he's now diving in with the Kashyyyks, feeling that he's gonna lose this castle if he doesn't do something soon, but the castle does end up going down regardless. The Viper goes for the push too late, and it seems like he's gonna lose a lot of army here, honestly speaking. All these halberdiers are so squishy, but, well, his castle is gone. He's moving the trebuchets forward. Can he do something here? It's such a bloody fight, but he's lost all of the halberdiers in the process. He's now retargeted the trebuchets from the traps to the castle, but TaToH is still winning this trebuchet war. He's taken out 2 traps now, third one in the north under fire as well. Wow, TaToH holds firm, and he's got a lot of hand cannoneers now. He's gonna be able to handle the halberdiers, and this seems like a dire spot for the Viper. He has to call it. TaToH moves up 2-0 to start this series off very differently than I had expected him to. Extremely good performance so far for him, and what a game. Dominates this game as well. This was such a close fight though. The Viper got such a good start to it, but was not able to win the trebuchet war somehow. Despite the Chimerid siegecraft. Not as easy. Just because you have a bonus for your traps doesn't mean you automatically win the siege wars. Gotta play it right as well, and TaToH did that. Admittedly had a bit more to work with, but it just seemed like Viper had found the answers. TaToH still able to clutch it out. And that's a win for him on the Gajaras. So draft-wise, trading a bottom tier civ for a mid to high tier civ and getting the win is extremely good here, as he takes the first decent lead in this series. Being up 2-0 now. And it was Serengeti, the map that the Viper had picked for this game. Well, that's 2 games quite quickly in TaToH's favor. And we'll see what the Viper is going to do from here on out. He's got the next map pick again, having lost this game. Can choose where he wants to go. And, well, can't feel good starting off the series like this. Hasn't been his day so far. Going to have to find his stride here. Chain a few wins together himself. Some point throughout this series. 2-0 down, of course, still isn't anything to worry about. A 2-game difference during a best of 21. Not series deciding by any means. But when the underdog is able to grab a few early wins, that makes the series extremely interesting. Well, let's see what the pick will be, as the Viper is taking a small break here. As I mentioned before, I mean, he better be warmed up by now, so this point he should be ready to pull out some of his high tier picks. Philosophies may differ on what you want to opt into at which points in the series, but if he indeed is of the opinion that grabbing some of his sure victories first, then I think Japanese on some water maps would be a really good pick, or on some hybrid maps. Vikings or Italians on water, Khmer on a really open map, I could see work out quite well. Yeah, or just some of his meso civs, which also are typically so strong, still available there. Dravidian still getting picked so early on in these drafts, which I'm still not a fan of. They have won a game or two in this tournament, so it's not all losses, but generally they are just so much of a meme here, at least on my stream. Well, Vietnamese also available, typically considered extremely strong on Arabia. I wonder if there's a map that they're better suited for than Arabia here. But for such an early pick, not picking them on their kind of go-to map is also interesting. Well, he's still got a lot of options left. There's 19 maps left to pick from. We just seen Serengeti, which was considered an aggressive map. And both these players had never lost on this map in this tournament before. Now TaToH is the one who's able to take the win. Takes this one and moves up 2-0 in the series. So, respect. He's shown up so far. TheViper with trouble keeping up throughout these first two games. The first one a complete stomp in Feudal Age. Overwhelming Sicilian pressure. TaToH definitely the chess player with that early gameplay. And then game two, just slow and methodical victory on the Gajaras over the Tatars. Getting the momentum, getting the timing up to Castle Age, and to Imp, winning the crucial Trebuchet War, and that was that. Controlling the entire map throughout as well. Where does he go from here? Can TheViper pick something to change up the pace of the series? Having not looked too good 2 games in a row, wouldn't be surprised if he chose something quite different to go on to next. Maybe something with water. It could be a change-up. Maybe something like a Nomad start also would feel quite different. So those are some of the things I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw next. Seems we are going to see a hybrid map here, actually. And that's interesting. You've got to keep in your mind as well, these guys have likely practiced together for this tournament. They have definitely practiced together for past tournaments. They know each other's preferences for a certain map, so it might be some mind games when it comes to which map they're playing and which civ they're expecting the opponent to play on those maps. Well, there is Bay for game 3, and game has been launched, so let's hop right in there. This is a very surprising pick for TheViper, knowing that TaToH is supposed to have the non-plus ultra best civ for this map in the melee. We are in game, so let's jump in game 3 between TheViper and TaToH. Whoops. Let's not skip too far ahead here, shall we? As it's TheViper down 0-2, looking for his first win on the Romans, the newest civ to our rotation in Age of Empires 2. Civ that is quite fun. I've enjoyed watching it during this tournament quite a bit, honestly. Surprised to see it come out on this map, where, well, the Malay are just considered quite OP, honestly. I don't think they've lost before on this map, at least I haven't seen them lose. Wipe on the Romans. Maybe he can break that curse. It's considered an infantry civ, but we've seen it played much more like a cavalry civ in this tournament. It was also pretty decent in terms of the eco, where the villagers kind of just do anything 5% faster, but also in terms of their navy, right? I mean, extra armor on the galley line could be very helpful if you're trying to contest water. The question is always, are you even going to try and contest water against the melee? Or are you maybe better off going for an infantry rush here? Instead, the Roman infantry rush extremely strong due to their bonus of double effect from blacksmith armor upgrades. That's just ridiculous. So basically, the tankiest infantry in the game is Roman infantry in Castle Age. Just downright ridiculous. So that could be an option. Forfeit the water early, go for infantry on land. Take it from there is what I would expect from the Viper in this one. On the other side, it is the melee for TaToH. Let's just briefly look at that zip, because we've kind of seen it a lot in this tournament already. Pants is kind of their favorite map, which is another name for this bay map, if you weren't familiar. Yeah, well, it's amazing. Just super good zip for any type of hybrid map, honestly. Their fishing eco is good with the fish traps, but more importantly, their bonus of being able to age up a lot faster than anybody else means that you're able to get to age 2 with a better eco and earlier than your opponent. So honestly, you're just always winning the water fights in early feudal age. Don't have any bonus to your ships, obviously, but man, you're just getting there earlier. You're able to produce galleys or fire ships or whatever earlier. That should just seal the water battles early on. That's why these melee have dominated on this map quite a bit. Well, let's see if TaToH is going to be able to keep this trend intact. Quickly, let's take a look at the stats page as well. Of course, the stats for this tournament on this map extremely skewed by whoever got melee. But it has been played in every series that these two players have played in this tournament so far. TaToH has won twice and lost once on this map. The Viper won a game and lost a game on this map himself. I think he played Portuguese against melee once and it didn't work out for him. Or actually it might have been Byzantines actually. Well, I keep forgetting and mixing things up. But either of those two I'm pretty sure it was in his case. Either way, so we see mixed results for both players, but most of the time I think melee being the deciding factor. For games outside of this tournament, in the entire history of tournament play between the Viper and TaToH, at least as far as I could find, they have not played against each other yet on this map, so this is the first time. Well, let's see if either player has got the edge on this one, as first of Viper's militia actually gets picked off by the scout. This is worst case. TaToH was probably suspecting something like this. Now spots this militia play and has even taken out the first one already. So he's got a huge heads up here, is able to wall in everything and is going to prepare the archery range against the militia. This is already a horrible start for the Viper. Not going to have any surprise factor in here. Interestingly, opts for a second dock though. That one TaToH didn't actually spot. So that is going to be interesting when he finds out about that. Seems the Viper is looking to contest water. Okay, so the militia play kind of a ruse, maybe abandoning it after losing that first militia and having TaToH spotted. So maybe that's a spontaneous pivot to playing for water nonetheless. We'll see how it works out for the Viper, who, well, is not going to be able to do a lot of damage with this. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy, weaving in attacks between these town center shots. That was extremely nicely done. The archer out there going to immediately block these militia from doing any damage. And well, that's the Viper with two docks running, trying to contest the single dock melee play. Maybe TaToH a bit too confident there on water and investing into his archery range instead of a second dock. Let's see if that'll come to bite him. And the Viper microing down this archer really nicely. Blocks it, gets the scout down. The archer gonna survive for now. Might force a second archer, and that is it. Yeah, the TaToH is going to commit hard into these archers. And on water, he's having trouble. No repair villager, so this fire galley cannot do a whole lot anymore. Has to block with the fishing ship, but well, there was not a lot of HP on those. He's getting a lot of value out of this 4 HP ship, though. Finally, the Viper finishing it off. But Nicely done by the Viper. He's gone for the 1-2 punch here. And kind of fake TaToH out. Goes for the water after all and seems to be winning that front. But now TaToH Q in that demo has a, well, just that one fire ship remaining. Seems the Viper is going to lose his. But has the lead here early on the water. And now walling up on home. Maybe he can carry this water lead to something more. Here's the Roman, so his eco itself is already quite good. Demo about to come out here for TaToH. Ooh, that's a very weird angle. He's going to try to snipe the fishing ships. He's no longer going to try and contest the water. Viper has spotted that, so he's not going to allow 2 fishing ships to get sniped by this one, presumably. Loses his last few militia here. As TaToH moves out with the archers, but is not going to be able to get into Viper's bases. He's already fully walled up here. Well, almost. That dock is being taken out. And TaToH just going to go ahead and snipe these fishing ships. Now, oh, he's going to find out about these walls, and I like this spot for the Viper. I don't think I've seen a better position in the early game for anybody against melee on this map. Let's see how well this will go for him. He's got his base quite nicely fortified. He doesn't have a lot of res in there though. No stone, a lot of gold, no stone though. How much is that? That's 8,000. Now what we saw Hera do, I believe, or at least somebody did this the last time on this map, is sneak out with a few villagers to mine stone, kind of far outside of your base, in case the opponent goes forward with some towers. Now at this point it's already quite late to try and go for any tower plays. TaToH seems not to be looking to do that anyways. He's just stacking archers for now. And it seems he's just going to go up to Castle Age and go for a crossbow botkin with potential siege push from there, as the Viper is still holding on to the water. Sitting on 4 fishing ships and trying to still take out that dock as TaToH queues up another demo. Actually still trying to take away from Viper's fishing eco. And scouting around here, just trying to see, that is pretty smart, trying to see if Viper has snuck out any villagers. Either for the hunt or for the stone. Doesn't end up finding anything just because there is nothing to be found. And the Viper on the way to Castle Age now. TaToH is still going to be able to catch up to Castle Age quite a bit because of the melee bonus. Obviously uptime being that much faster. So he's not going to be as far behind the castle as it might seem here. He's likely even going to be able to get there. Well, I would say a little bit sooner than the Viper. Judging by his current resources. But it's not the typical melee lead that we have seen, and it's bringing a lot of archers at this point. The Viper already with the archery range and a lot of skirmishes out, so he knows what's coming. He's going to put the blacksmith right there. Interesting. And harassing forward with these skirms. That is interesting. Now, he's found that mill. TaToH sneaking out. He doesn't have any fishing eco, so he needs to get the food from somewhere. Both players about to hit Castle Age in about a minute at roughly the same time. Viper harassing this, but not actually able to take out much. He might need those skirmishes at home, honestly. But so far he's able to keep TaToH at bay. The house wall here a bit ambitious. What brings over the skirms with fletching should be able to contest that. No fletching on TaToH's side yet. That's weird. I was sure he's gonna commit for a crossbow botkin play. He hasn't even picked up fletching on the way up to the castle though. That is really a head scratcher. I wonder what the plan is going to be. Oh, there he goes, both players up. The Viper going into cavalry immediately. TaToH, well, not immediately making it clear what he's going for. Maybe just adding another TC for now, who knows. This is ugly. He's going to have to trade into fletching skirmishes with completely unupgraded archers. Not the fight he wants. He actually does end up going into crossbow. With these archer numbers, that makes sense. Just can't believe he hasn't picked up any blacksmith tax just yet. He's made a second dock. Okay, so maybe his play is going to be to try and retake water. The Viper not actually making any more warships right now. He could afford to, so I'm surprised he sees this happening. Could do something. TaToH could block this, by the way. He needs to block this. Wall in the villager. Wall it in. A wall blocks the fire ship damage. Not able to do it, so he loses that one will. But he's going to get a few fire ships out of the Viper with triple TC. Okay, he feels super confident inside his base. That is surprising to me. He's not got any stone in there. But feels like he doesn't need it. Just goes to 3 TC. Just like that. And still no more commitment to water. That's also weird. He sees what TaToH is trying to do here. But he's not making any more warships. Well, TaToH gets the upgrade for his ships. So he's definitely going to be winning this water fight hard at this point. Moves out with the fire ships. And he's also adding that 30C at this point. So he's taking a lot of this map back right now. And he's also obviously not forced inside his base. So he's able to spread out his eco a lot. Get the TCs to secure additional resources, whereas the Viper hasn't come out of his corner yet. And well, at least with TaToH being this spread out, Viper might be able to get some raids going with the knights that he's already made, but he's not heavily committed into them. Doesn't have a lot of them to work with. What is his play right now? He hasn't done a lot in the last few minutes. He's just going for the 3 TC boom, not made any plays. Well. He's got his knights out on the map, but not really pressuring a lot with that. His elite skirm is what he's going to do for now. Now he knows that the crossbow upgrade ended up coming in. It's going into monastery now. Okay. I'm curious, because I don't really know. I mean, this Roman melee matchup, I'm not sure how these two players view it. Where they're expecting this to go. The Viper trying to get it on stone. Even buy some stone now. So he wants to add another TC here, apparently. That's quite interesting. Okay, that's a 4th TC. Well, I didn't think... I thought, I mean, he's ahead of melee to castle age and everything. I was really expecting him to try and push the advantage here, but neither on water nor on land has he pressured forward at all. I mean, he goes now with those knights and skirms, but that's at best an inconvenience for TaToH, who, well, had his siege workshop stalled out. Now, do the Romans get redemption? Is that a viable option against the siege, or is he going to go more heavily into cavalry, like we've seen most of the Mongol players do? No, really, the Viper? Well, TaToH paid attention here. That was just unnecessary. That's just the meme plays. Not working out this time around, but still going to get the kill on this scout. And still raiding with these skirmishers. He's being extremely annoying for TaToH. Because skirmisher raids, we've seen it in the last game. If you're going into archers, you don't really want to make cavalry, obviously. So it's going to be siege that he's trying to use against the skirms. TaToH heavily ahead in the relic game. He's controlled this map for a long time. He's going to have 3 relics here in a second. There's one over here that the Viper is currently picking up, and the one here in the corner is going to be contested, it seems. I'm not sure. I don't think TaToH can really contest this, but maybe if he uses the mangonel, well, there is an angle there. Skirmishes, though, so effective against all of his army apart from the mango. I would assume the Viper is just in the advantage, and TaToH, I think, just concedes it at this point. Is not going to go out into the very corner there, exposing his mangonel to the potential knight snipe. So it's going to be 3-2 relics for TaToH. He's going to be just fine with that. But villager-wise, well, the Viper might soon have a lead with his 4 TC. And keep in mind, villagers gathering 5% faster for the Romans. And if the villagers are gathering 5% faster, then, well, if he has 100 villagers, that's as good as 105 villagers for any other civ. So a small eco bonus there. He might already have the more efficient eco at gathering resources at this point. The difference here on water, though, I mean, the Malay, they are now controlling this fish and will afterwards be able to go into fish traps, which also are quite efficient for them. So they're probably happy having retaken at least that. Now the Viper's still not doing any more army. All he's got is kind of these skirmishes right now. And a pair of knights that he made at start of Castle Age that at least is able to keep the mangonels at bay. At bay, well. That is, I guess, the name of the game. And finally, Botkin is gonna come in for TaToH. I'm so confused by his upgrade pattern. But I guess he wasn't really using the crossbows before, so I guess the ballistics are absolutely wrecking him right here, though, because he still doesn't have any. And these skirmishers are just getting free hits in on the crossbows, who just now are getting Botkin themselves. Finally, we see 5+2 range on the elite skirms, 5+2 on the crossbows. Finally, they can actually trade shots, which is still a negative trade for TaToH if he takes it. But at least he's going to be able to range and respond with fire when he's getting caught. Now, Viper may be trying to add a few more cavalry units in since he's expanding his stables. Still, focus seems to be on skirmishes, but the front stables, light cavalry seems to be his play against the monks and the siege. Well, primarily the monks, of course, being the problem right now. The knights themselves would obviously be able to handle the siege in a vacuum. TaToH going for stone shaft mining. Okay, stone mining, excuse me, stone shaft would be the second one. Stone mining upgrade. Not an upgrade we used to see too often, but I mean, with the changes and on this map where castles can be quite important, I don't necessarily hate it. Both players on great eco numbers right now, trying to potentially get towards Imp here, as they're both gonna get a castle up rather soon, it seems. Viper now with a bit more map control, but he's got to be careful. These skirmishes is kind of everything he has right now, and there's elephants right there that he is not aware of. And he's exposing his monks. His monks are completely out in the open. Both of them getting sniped. He can't engage these elephants. Oh, that was extremely bad for him, having his monks taken out just like that. Scale barding in for the elephants. If we look at those armor numbers, I mean, oh, 3 pierce armor to the 5 attack of the skirmishers. At least they're able to, I guess, do 2 damage with every attack, but that's still awfully little. As TaToH finds amazing mangonel shots on these knights, takes them out. Viper with the mangonel himself. This trade has not gone well for him whatsoever until this point. And he's going to lose the mangonel too. The castle is going to go up. He's getting on the mangonels with the light cavalry now, so that was a good unit switch. As TaToH not able to find any more kills with those. But his battle elephants are wrecking the skirmishes still. Both players approaching Imp. TaToH with his bonus, still able to get there a bit faster. Losing a lot of crossbowmen, but his elephants, they have been doing work so far. What is the play gonna be? Both players are with 1 castle up to Imp. I expect the focus to be on army more so than on trebuchets. The Viper with his mobile cavalry could also think about getting some raids going, which seems to be what he's going into right now. That being TaToH's base. Quite open down south here. He's gonna have to be careful. I'm not sure there's a gap. He's going to put the castle defensively. This way, Viper from actually breaking in. He's going to try to go around here. TaToH blocking so well with the fishing ships, though. That is buying him a lot of time. And he's stacking elephants. The Malay cheap elephants being such an annoyance here. Look at that. He's up to Imp. He's getting he's getting ballistics right now, finally. Whew. Well. The elephants right now not able to be handled by the Viper. He's trying to respond with Halberdier. Decent against the elephants. Monks would do a great job as well. And we have Karambit on the Malay side. That could be quite bad for monks, so I guess that might be why the Viper is hesitant to go into monks against these elephants. Karambit sniping monks with relative ease. And TaToH forced to drop these house walls. Oh, is that overchopped? No, it is not. But yeah, forced to drop another castle here at home just to protect his eco. And there's a lot of castles not getting any map control, just solidifying his eco, which, I mean, is good value for castles. But on this map, a lot of resources in the neutral that castles would be extremely well suited for. TaToH investing 1300 stone in this already, not getting any more of the map. Big fight in the middle. Elephants facing off with these halberdiers. Looks like Viper is trading extremely well here. I think he's liking the way the game is going at this point. Karambits are a bit annoying for him though, as Blast Furnace is about to come in there. He's going to need some ranged unit to deal with these Karambits, I'm afraid. At home though, it's not looking too good for TaToH. He's losing a few fishing ships as well as villagers, it seems. Viper fighting in so many places at once. He's really making it tough for TaToH to stabilize the situation right here. It's not even that the Viper is necessarily winning on any of these flanks, but he's fighting in TaToH's territory, and any slip up here from TaToH could result in immediate nuking of his eco. The Viper's eco not touched the entire time here. Both players around the 140 villager marks, having great late game ecos up and running at this point. Viper in the north with the skirms in the south. His light gap have been cleaned up in the middle, still pushing forward with the cavalry plus halberdiers. Getting TaToH off of this gold is big. Look at his gold numbers. He's only got a handful on gold, apart from the 20 or so that we're working here in the middle. And in the north, he's been idled quite some bit as well. Right, Viper attempting another castle forward. Is TaToH going to be able to stop that one? He's been raided and pressured for about 10 minutes straight at this point. Can he do something to change the situation? The Viper is being so annoying here, despite not doing the most damage. This has to be a stressful situation for TaToH, who has spotted the castle that is going up. Viper going to wall out these elephants actually, and that seems to surprisingly be working, so the castle is going to complete in the end. And the raids, again, they are annoying. 27 villager kills already at this point. And in the north, he's continuing to wreak havoc in the farming. TaToH is not getting a hold of this whatsoever right now. Viper has seemed to hit a stride here in this series for the first time. And I like this game state. Is this going to be one of the first losses for the Malay in this tournament? It might be. Viper looking really good, controlling the entire map at this point. And the Karambit are fighting against cavalry here. It's going to be a bloody engagement, but the Viper is cleaning house. What can TaToH do here? The cavalry is so overwhelming right here. The Cavalier with amazing upgrades for the Viper. He's going to try and get in. The TaToH scrambling to get a house wall up. Really nicely done. That was such a close call. Can the Viper break through, however? I'm not sure. Oh, TaToH has found the last hole in his house wall. Can he plug it? What an amazing job getting this wall up. This could have been game at this point already. The question is it game either way? Is the Viper's cavalry push too strong, or does TaToH have options against it? He's going into halberdiers now, and these Malay halberdiers are awesome. He's got all the infantry upgrades. So that's a fight the Viper will have to avoid if at all possible. He's losing a few cavaliers here to the helps. Not like to see that. He's gotten in the north. There's still a hole there. Maybe he's able to get a few more cavaliers in, but it looks like he's not. Oh boy, the cavalier are everywhere though. It's not as many here in the eco, but they're scattered all throughout, and the costs are dropping. I don't think TaToH has been able to stabilize this in time. It looks like he's going to be pushed off of the gold entirely here rather soon. Despite the halberdiers doing a good job now, it's not going to be able to push back castles. So I would assume that the Viper has just done it. 30 villagers up at this point. The Romans looking so good in this one. Really nicely executed, and it all comes down to, again, this early feudal age play, where the militia play looked doomed and he switched onto the water. TaToH not expecting it, and he's just taken the game from there. The Viper, good showing here finally. Starts off, well, finally begins to assert himself as well in this series. It's not just a one-way game. And TaToH is going to have to suffer a loss on one of his most sure victories that I assume he was planning with. Malay on Bay. Although that's sad, he's on the counter raid here with a few Karambit, it's actually just 3 of them though, so that's not gonna do a lot. Actually, well, I got a bit too excited for this. That is it. The Viper takes his first win. 1-2 GG. I have always questioned these players using their high priority picks on Bay against Melee, but this time around it has worked really nicely for the Viper. He's able to make the series competitive again and take the first pick of TaToH's draft, the first pick overall, down here. And that's such a surprise, right? Because, I mean, Melee being first pick, that means that it's the single most TaToH's, the single most OP Civ on a singular map that TaToH could come up with. So that's a big win, but of course TaToH still ahead in the series, has created a little cushion for himself, so he's not going to be devastated with this loss, however annoying it might be. Good win here for the Viper though, and that's a win on the Romans, who actually dropped quite far in this draft. We've pretty much always seen it picked in the first rotation, or not first rotation, in the first row of this draft. I'm pretty sure that's where we saw them picked most of the time. Not so this time around. So with a late pick Romans, able to take out the enemy first pick, that's gotta feel good. As the series is moved to 1-2. That's game 3, a win for the Viper on Bay. Where do we have Bay? Down there it is. Okay. And actually maybe we should flip the scoreboard here, as the drafts are both the other way around actually. Yeah, let me flip that. TaToH 2-1 Viper, and then we'll flip the color scheme as well. It's going to be from red to yellow. Okay, this I think makes more sense. Okay, well, everything for visual clarity. Now, for the first time, it's going to be TaToH who gets to select a map here. And we'll see. We'll see what he'll go for. Is it Arena? It looks like it's Arena. Okay, that is TaToH's map, isn't it? Arena picked as the first home map of TaToH's. Well, it's not technically a home map of his, but first map that he decides to go on after a loss. Well, that is a TaToH map, if not, yeah, just not to say the TaToH map, honestly. Because, man, he's had some great success. He is the king of Arena, master of Arena, after all. Well, excited to see what he can do on that map. And there we go. We're already in game, guys. It is Arena, and the matchup might surprise you. Oh, the matchup will definitely surprise you. What a matchup. Oh, and I hate it. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. Well, I guess you can argue for it. It's not as bad as I thought it was. But we've got some extremely interesting picks here for game 4 of the series. It's going to be on Arena, the Viper against TaToH, the latter of which is picking Humans on Arena. Humans, which is considered a free win on Hideout, which is a map in this series that will be played later on. And TaToH chooses to play them on Arena. Now the funny thing is, I was just rewatching, or well, watching for the first time, the Clown Cup 3 finals between TaToH and the Viper. And TaToH played a really interesting human game in that series 3 years ago at this point as well. Really good human game there. Mind games and Burmese were also played in that series. So it's a blast from the past here with these two picks. Humans obviously so dominant on Hideout. I don't think they've lost a game on that map in this tournament so far. So what would prompt TaToH to pick them here on Arena when Hideout was an option as well? The thing is, before I go into the thing why I dislike this so much is the Viper was for sure expecting those on Hideout, unless of course TaToH was practicing with him or has tried his thoughts with the Viper in the past about potential other options. But let's assume the Viper was expecting Humans on Hideout. In that case, it would have been much more impactful for TaToH to pick Hideout now, have Viper go into that match for sure expecting humans, maybe even picking a lower tier Civ on that map because he feels like it's a low chance he wins anyways, and then shock him with a different pick that you still probably win on because you've apparently got such a good pick on Hideout that we don't know of. But instead, what he's doing now is he's picking humans first on another map, and that all that does for the Viper is it makes him go, oh, that's surprising. I guess I won't have to worry about humans anymore on Hideout. So when we get to Hideout, the Viper can go into the game with much more information. He might still not know what TaToH will pick on that map, although he might have a good idea as well. But regardless, he knows that it's not going to be humans, which beforehand he likely was full on expecting. Obviously, these two players know more about each other than I do. They have more intel, so it might well be that TaToH was aware, Viper knew already that this was coming or whatever. I don't know the prep between these two guys, but from an outsider standpoint, it seems like an extremely questionable choice going for the humans on Arena before you show your Hideout mind games. Now, that being said, humans. A really good booming Civ, and he's going up with 19 wills to H2. That is something we rarely see on Arena, especially if we're not going to any tower rushes or whatever. But now he's just going to boom, because he is the humans. He can build another town center in Feudal Age. So he's going to go into the Feudal boom, which he did not do in the series 3 years ago against the Viper. In the Clown Cup finals. Clown Cup 3. So, interesting. But, well, it's still a strong play, because the humans TC here in Feudal, it's going to bang. And the Viper, he's going to go for the standard fast castle here for Arena. He might try to take the relics. Now the thing is that when you go... Ooh. TaToH is just going out. Is he just... He's not going to tower rush. He is tower rushing. He's collecting stone. Oh, I like that, I guess. Yeah, normally when you go for the TC play here with the humans, you're giving up map pressure, and that allows the Burmese to pick up all the relics. In this case, TaToH is going to tower rush, and so the Viper's not going to be able to get the map control for free. And let's see from the Viper's POV. He sees this tower going up right outside his gates. Actually, that's before the game actually begins, or before we see the actual fights. Let's get the Burmese overview on screen as well. It's a Civ that I'm a big fan of, many other players are not. There is the tower. And before Feudal Age even comes in, I think these stone walls are a lot less tanky. I think they get extra HP or extra stats in Feudal or in Castle Age or whenever. And that's typically when we see stone walls be attacked. But this time, Viper going to have to get a house wall going behind, because TaToH is already about to break in here, and he's on 2 TCs, so he is booming ahead. Look at this, the 2 TC, the second TC is almost up already. The Viper only now in Feudal Age himself. He's still gonna commit to his fast castle, obviously. That's his play in this game. But he's gonna have to make sure TaToH doesn't get in here and tower any more of his resources. Let's loom in for the Viper. He's got not that many on food, but he could just cancel these 2 villagers. He needs a second building still. He's not putting up the second building. Oh well. The tower obviously is the first. It doesn't count? The tower doesn't count as a Feudal Age building? Oh, that's a surprise. I didn't know that. Well, today I learned. The Viper is going to need another building besides this market to be able to go up. TaToH gonna break in from another side next. Well, there goes another tower. The blacksmith behind here. So his fast castle was thoroughly delayed here. He's going to click up after this blacksmith goes up. But he's gonna be a little bit behind with the villagers and with the TCs. This better work out for TaToH, because it's a big investment picking the humans on Arena when everybody was expecting them on Hideout. But it is TaToH, the master of Arena, after all. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on it. Maybe for the stats before the game gets real hot. This is the map that has been played the most between these two players in all of the maps, in all of the tournaments. And TheViper has a 13-12 win record against TaToH. So it's pretty much exactly 50-50. 25 games in tournaments between these two guys. 13-12 for TheViper. But most of these wins have come quite long ago. In recent years, TaToH with a much better win record on Arena in the matchup with TheViper. So he's currently considered the stronger Arena player. That being said, in this tournament, Arena has not been played yet by TaToH. I assume his opponents have probably banned it a lot. But TheViper has played it against both Winchester and Hera and has won both of these games. Especially the masterpiece with the Hindustanis against Hera on Arena, I remember quite well still. I'm not exactly sure what he played against Winchester there. But, yeah, so it has been a map that has worked quite well for TheViper in this tourney so far. 1 minute away from Castle Age himself now. He's heavily been forced to react to these towers. Even buying some stone to be able to get more towers up. And TaToH not able to break in here for now. And let's see where this will go from here. TaToH has the extra TC since Feudal Age. He's got a 14 villager lead at this point, and it's still continuing to grow as TheViper still doesn't have any TCs up. Now hits Castle Age though, and could start booming himself. Doesn't have any stone though, so he's gonna buy some, probably. Actually, he's not doing that. He's not doing that whatsoever. Ooh, it's the smush. Siege Monk forward for TheViper. Does TaToH suspect this at all? Well, he's going to try and go up to Castle Age soon himself with the Blacksmith Market. What an interesting game here. This is the best arena game I've seen in quite some time, honestly. Not just straight FC from both sides. TaToH, he seems to be winning this tower war. But more importantly, he's going to get pressured at home now. Outpost out from TheViper and battering ram forward. TaToH building the house wall behind this. He was suspecting something apparently, because the house wall is quite big already. But TheViper brings everything forward. He still hasn't added another TC. Feels like he's probably too far behind to just boom back into this game. TaToH on the way to Castle Age, 2.5 minutes away from that. Seems to be in a really good spot. I wonder if Viper really couldn't just have added 2 additional TCs at home and caught up in villagers until TaToH was to reach Castle Age. I think that might have been a viable option, but when the Viper decides otherwise, goes in with his siege now. Scorpion, battering ram, and a monk behind. The Burmese monks are feared because their technologies are so cheap. 50% discount on all monastery tax. And guys, if you're going into monks, you don't probably realize it, but until Imp, you get, or including Imp, you invest so much gold into monastery tax just to be able to make a good monk push work. And that's a lot of gold saved with the Burmese bonus. Redemption already saving what? 250-ish gold? I really like that bonus. And that is the market going down for TaToH. Quite important building to lose, just like that. And TheViper is pushing in. Can he threaten the buildings though? We get the Woolaloo. Well, he's starting to convert these buildings. This is not the way TaToH likely imagined this game to start out here, as he's still not quite up to Castle Age. His villager lead is still really good, but he's starting to lose crucial buildings. He's being pushed. Can the eco be threatened though? That is something that hasn't happened yet. Barracks goes over to TheViper, so does the blacksmith. What does TaToH have against this? He's waiting for Castle Age now. He's not making any military, so he's gonna do Castle is the answer. Okay. Well, he bought some stone to make it happen. There goes the castle. Viper converting some houses now, likely because he's housed. No, that was not actually the reason. But the monks continuing to display value. Oh, the humans, I mean, they could go into Kipchaks here. And that might not be bad. It's a form of cavalry archer. So maybe that could work out. TaToH not able to push anymore forward, but he's got the stone miners set up there. So at least he's still getting value out of those wills. 3 Scorpions now. The Viper making it extremely unattractive for TaToH to go into Kipjacks, which he's going to do regardless because, well, he doesn't have any other military buildings. He only has the castle, so the Kipjack is the only single unit he can produce, apart from the Petard, but I don't think that's gonna be the answer to the Scorpion push. Oh well. TaToH cornered into his little base. He's still got a really good villager lead. Can he hold on to this though? Viper has taken a big part of this map back, and he's still not looking to add more TCs. He's still looking to continue this push, as the Kipjack has snuck through these monks extremely fast moving. You can see Viper already has quite a few attacks there. A deletion force there out of TaToH. Seems like pressure-wise he's really in a horrible spot. So far behind, no military pretty much whatsoever. 3 Kipjacks is all he's got. Still garrisoning them inside the castle. But eco-wise, he is in a really good situation. He's even adding a 30C at this point. Storming out of the base. Going to try and take out the monks. But 2 Kipjacks converted already. Ooh, well, he's only lost 2 and he's killed 3 monks here, or at least 2. So I don't think it's the worst trade that he could have gotten. Viper still with 5 monks left here. Can't convert any more buildings unless he takes out these TCs and towers though. Can he threaten the eco? That is really what it's coming down to at this point. TaToH expanding more into his back area with additional TCs. Viper still 25 villages behind, a lot of pressure though. And it's a forward TC for TaToH, quite sneakily. I don't think the Viper sees this. How would he? Ooh, he's gonna spot it with the Kipjacks though. Oh, this could be super unfortunate for TaToH. Viper spotting this TC extremely early. And with the Kipjack, TaToH struggling heavily against the battering rams as well. That's sad though, the first one is going down. Viper going to have to repair the second one. If he wants any more value out of that. And loses another monk. This is tricky because if he wants to reinforce his army, he's going to have to walk through this little gap over here in the east, where TaToH has done a great job of sniping monks and whatever with his Kipjacks. The villagers into the ram they go. This is so tricky to micro for the Viper. The ram still lives and there's so much wood tied up in TaToH repairing this TC constantly, but it seems to be going down slowly. Well, TaToH again trying to pop out there with the Kipjacks. Has been denied this TC. This is a massive one, as he's now going to try and relieve it with the Kipjacks forward. His TC at home, it is slowly but surely going to fall. I can't see him defending this for much longer, but he's already bought a lot of time there. Is it enough though? He is just a little over 20 wills ahead at this point. Viper is starting to catch up. Oh, he's going far forward with these monks though. How is he surviving this? Oh boy. He actually lived. That was real close with all these monks. And what is this? That's what I'm saying. This monastery is good, but it's in a bad spot. And he's gonna lose 2 more monks forward here. Oh boy. The Viper partially sloppy with his army control. His main push is still intact though. And now with some knights in there, it's getting real uncomfortable for TaToH. How much more is Viper going to be able to get here? Is he going to start converting a few more buildings again? Well, we'll see. TaToH. He's going to try and bring another push forward. What an arena game, guys. It looks so arena-unlike. But the conversions for Viper every time extremely impactful. Imp not on either player's mind as Viper continues assaulting TaToH's base and he's running out of ground slowly. Stacking Kipjacks more and more though. Is he going to be able to amass a critical number where he's going to be able to break up this push? It's difficult to say. Viper still has a few monks in there, but he's not keeping good control of them. That's the last monk that he's got now. And that's difficult to manage because he's going to need to keep healing up all of his units as well as converting TaToHs. He's unable to reinforce the monks. Honestly, maybe he's going to be forced to build a monastery back here and add a few more monks back in. Because this push is about to be cleaned up here. As the last monk, oh, it's actually 2 more monks. But the last 2 monks end up going down. And that's all the siege going down for the Viper as well. Oh, this push ran out of steam here. And I wonder, is TaToH going to be able to get this into a normal arena game now with the 20 villager lead? And is he just too far ahead? Well, we'll see. He's picked up all the units from his base. For the first time, he is enemy-free. His forward TC hasn't yielded him the biggest benefit. With the Viper dropping that castle there, he's not going to be able to get a lot out of that TC at all. But he's got the map control back at this point, and his base is stabilized. So I don't think TaToH is too unhappy of where this game stands right now. Really cool arena game though. Really, really interesting. Viper. What is he gonna go into next? I wonder. I mean, he's only got 2 TCs still. He's looking like he's gonna try and drop another castle. That's a lot of Kipjacks forward. He doesn't have any skirmishers, which would be good against those. He doesn't have any more siege either. So what is he gonna do to defend this? Well, another siege workshop is not a bad idea, certainly. Where is he going to try and castle? Yes, he loses another monk. Amazingly, there's only one relic picked up in this entire game, and that is one that Viper apparently was able to snag. Gets the second one home now, alright. But now he's lost map control, and that should mean TaToH able to grab 3 relics back himself. Oh, that being said, this is an interesting one. The Viper gets the villager to go down. The monk is going to die, certainly. But Viper just straight up to Imp here, actually. Still with 900 stone. I wonder where he's going to go with his castle. He can't go really outside of his base, but maybe he's going to try and drop it on the gold in the north. It's hard to say. Oh, this is funny. The 2 relics right next to each other. It's 2 for the price of 1. Although you still have to send 2 monks. Or 1 monk twice. What is this? Oh, Viper's still trying for relics, interestingly. Oh, what is... Come on, TaToH. He's so mean. At least he delays the monk and he's going to be able to snipe it again. There it goes. The relic got 1 tile closer to home for the Viper. But that's not the main focus. The main focus is Viper going to Imp. What is he going to make in Imp, though? Is he going to go... What is he going? Certainly he's not... He's taking pikemen right now, but if you're just going helps... I mean, you're not going helps against Kipchaks, right? You can't reach them. So is he... I mean, I love infantry with the Burmese. I always say it. I love infantry. I think it's criminally underused. I want to see champions if possible, but the thing is, what are you doing against the Kipchaks? That's the main concern right now. That's the only military unit either party has out on the map is Kipchaks. And Viper doesn't seem really that concerned trying to counter it. It's got mangonels, but you're never hitting a Kipchak with mangonels. The movement speed that the humans get on the cavalry is just way too insane. And TaToH placing and deleting castles every time he seems to recognize he's behind to Imp. That's why he's not going to place it too far forward. Both players now preparing military switches. It is just infantry for the Viper, apparently, alongside his siege. And for TaToH, well, he's attacking into cavalry. It's light cav alongside the Kipchak. Humans full cavalry play, that's the dream, kinda. That's what we like to see. And he's getting his castle up, his second one more in the middle. The Viper still, well, having the 2 at home. Conscription and trebuchets on the way. Like I mentioned before, that's the standard opening in Imp. And barracks is all... I mean, surely you're not gonna just make siege and pikes, right? I mean, at least he's anticipating the light cavalry switch, I guess. He knows the humans are gonna bring cavalry sooner or later, so the pikes are going to be well utilized. It's Onager on the way. Well, I just don't think that's a really good unit against Kipchaks, Onager. But I love Onagers, so I am not complaining. 24 Kipchaks, how fast they're moving. Look at this, they're 1.54 movement speed, and they're gonna get extra movement speed once they get to Imp. What is that gonna be? 1.7? It's crazy. This civilization, so mobile. 1.62. As TaToH hits Imp as well, he's getting ballistics. These Kipchaks are getting strong and stronger by the minute. Viper Onager upgrade is complete though, so he's gonna be able to get this castle up, I assume. Let's see how well these Kipchaks do against the Onagers. A lot of shots flying in. Good damage already, but not a lot of kills. Wow, TaToH immediately has to pull back though. I think, yeah, he didn't kill anything there, I don't think. And that's a good early engagement for the Viper, doing a lot of damage to these Kipchaks. He's grabbing more monk tags as well. Man, I love Burmese. I should play more Burmese, I gotta be honest. Really cool civ. Who needs archers or cavalry? You can just do monks and siege. Sneaky push from the side there from TaToH with the siege workshop. Rams coming out, and he too is researching Onager. Against the pikemen, I assume. Okay, he's trying to break in from the south now. Viper has had a long enough heads up. He's gonna move Onagers over. Onagers do a lot of damage to Rams, so that is an acceptable defense here. TaToH not gonna be able to break in there, but he's buying some time. He's lost the castle that is just placed outside here. But he's at least not being pushed, with both players still grabbing upgrades. TaToH so heavily indexing into this Cav Archer play. And the Viper, is Onager going to be enough to contest against Kipchak max upgrades in him? I mean, the humans, they don't get bracer. So the range isn't crazy on these Cav Archers. It's just the mobility that is so oppressive. So that with short range, the Onager shots could be devastating. The question is, are they mobile enough to avoid them? It's not Ethiopian Onagers, right? You're able to usually move out of the way if you realize that you're being shot at. Loses 2 monks that were just chilling, I suppose. And he's actually already building up like a second base, second eco here in the northeast. Branching out with a lot of castles, TCs, and mining resources there. Interesting choice. He's really spreading out his eco a lot and up 60 villages. Let's see if the Viper is going to be able to recover. Oh, my bad, I didn't see this. It's the Onager cut. The signature TaToH Onager cut. I can't believe I missed this, but obviously this is TaToH in a nutshell. Now, can the Viper defend this? It looks like he's getting the Onager down. That is crucial. That allows the pikes and the Onagers to maneuver more freely. But Hussars in at this point as well for TaToH. He's so good at utilizing this human mobility. I've seen it in Clown Cup 3. The Champions League of AOE2, as John Slow would say. These Onagers, they're everything the Viper has to keep this army at bay. Are they enough though? With Hussars coming in from the back, his base is looking extremely vulnerable at this point. Hussar on the mangonels, on the Onagers. Can the Viper take it out? Wow, really nicely aimed shot there. Barely missing his own Onagers. And TaToH now on his toes, going to have to do his best to avoid these shots. Parthian tactics, these Kipchaks are so strong. And they're taking out the Onagers. I've mentioned how the mobility makes it so tricky to play against them with just Onagers. And the Viper under a ton of pressure right now. His base is being flooded from everywhere. Some good shots, but not enough. The lethal isn't quite there yet, as TaToH is getting a lot of kills on these Onagers. But his Kipchak numbers have also been cut in half. He's got 40 more wills as well, so you gotta factor that in. He's gonna be able to replace the losses much more easily. Getting Steppe Husbandry 2 at this point. Big shot for the Viper. Finally, some Kipchaks start dropping here. Halberdiers in as well, but Onager conversion by the Viper, interestingly, so his monks are seemingly still doing a good job defending against TaToH siege. Man, it's such a pain cleaning up this army in the back of his base. And it was an overchop, or was it? Is that a gap? It seems like it is. Ooh, the Onager's wet dream though. No, it's not actually, you can't actually get through there, so TaToH is now trapped in there. The Onager's taking out everything, but in the north, TaToH has still been raiding and sniping siege. He is now the one trapping away at the Viper's castle. There's only 2 traps for the Viper to respond with, and he's having a tough time dealing with this Hussar Kipchak Onager combo. His army comp not really well equipped, and I maintain that the Viper doesn't have anything that is a good response to these Kipchaks. I guess the skirmishers are a bit weak, so maybe it's why he doesn't really want to go into that. Only 1 armor upgrade for archers there for the Burmese, so could be the reason. But TaToH is looking super strong on his humans here. He had a plan going into this match. He knew why he didn't pick them on hideout, and it seems to potentially be paying off as the TheViper is definitely on the back foot here. Look at the micro, so well microing around the helps. Goes in with the Hussars, doesn't actually snipe the monks. Instead tries to go for the traps, doesn't get them. But well, it seems like he still got a lot. The Kipjacks are still alive, and well, TheViper got a Onager conversion. So honestly, this fight went as well for the TheViper as you could have imagined. And he's still not really winning the situation because his castle is about to drop here against the triple trebuchet threat. The TheViper might not have lost his traps, but he's not able to take out the opponent's traps either. So the castle is gone down. And is that it for the TheViper? Is that it? Is his base just broken open now? Or is he able to somehow land another punch in this one? TaToH with such a robust eco, so spread out, not easily raidable, and the army comp seems to be in his favor as well. The Onager being attempted to be converted, but a big shot from TaToH's Onager before he deletes it. It just doesn't seem quite doable for the TheViper. What a masterclass from TaToH on the humans here. I love to see the creativity, and I criticized the pick him initially, but his planning justifies the means. I don't see TheViper being able to take out the Kipjacks. And well, his Onagers, they are strong. But how is he ever going to be able to raid here? How is he ever going to be able to take out the main army? But either of these things would be enough to give him a chance. But none of these things seem likely at this rate. And the Onagers are just kited around the arena. With the castle still not going down. TaToH is outlasting here so well. And the TheViper's eco numbers just never have been getting there. Look at this desperation play. This is surely gonna be it, right? As he sends in all the halberdiers to somehow try and get something out of this. Well, he doesn't even have any attack upgrades on them yet, surprisingly, but that's where the Burmese bonus helps out a lot. And the Onager still somehow kept alive. TheViper has been playing these fights amazingly, but it's just such an uphill battle. Right, he's been actually trading amazingly. The only problem is that the army comps are so difficult to play out. TaToH going into halberdiers himself now, grabbing all the upgrades there, so the front lines will be comparatively tanky. And TheViper's army comp extremely expensive as well, on top of everything. I do expect TaToH to win this soon, because the TheViper doesn't seem to have any options. Any ideas how to change this up, and TaToH has again stabilized here, repaired this castle all the way up. I don't really see it happening. Look at the Kipjack mobility, it's just crazy. He's just avoiding all the shots and taking out Onagers slowly but surely. This is so well played from TaToH with the Onager cut here in the east. Man, that was such a beauty. You could try another cut throughout the west, just to try. And raid again, if he thought that necessary. A lot of shots landing for the TheViper here. So I still like the trades he's taking, it just doesn't seem like those trades are going anywhere. He's got completely out of gold here, and his army comp is reliant on these gold units, the Onagers, the traps, and the monks. So he's really running out of time fast here. TaToH taking out the Onagers, it seems, but somehow TheViper still able to repair them up. Man. TaToH, he's doing it! He's taking out the last Onagers, and that should do it for him, right? I mean, the TheViper no gold whatsoever, he can't just keep making Onagers. And finally the castle falls here, but he wins the battle. Certainly gonna lose the war here though, as it seems. He's just getting kited out and loses the last bit of his army as well. Still on just 110 villagers. TaToH is everywhere. It's completely overwhelming. Well, I guess he's still using the market as heavily as possible to get more oranges out, but you can really see it at his resources numbers that he's on his last legs there. The raids have commenced again as well, and Viper not able to stabilize this situation. I love Cumans, but I love Burmese as well. This is such a nice side for me. Both players playing their civs so well. It just, yeah, it just seems like an army comp win at this point. And the Viper is really refusing to concede this one. I'm not sure what he's waiting for, because he's not changed anything in his army comp or elsewhere in his strategy to turn this one around. I still wonder how he feels he can come back in this one. I think TaToH has even deleted a few villagers, or maybe lost them repairing the castle. It seems like he might have even deleted a few just to get more army out on the field. I honestly would like to see another cut here, TaToH, with the TaToH impression, with another cut, and that's what we're seeing. That is what we're seeing. It's just getting messy here, but TaToH is running over the game. It's just, yeah, cutting through again, gets in there with all the Kipchak and the Hussars that the Viper hasn't had an answer for the entire game. And it seems like Viper really feels bad about this game, about losing it, because he's sticking around forever. But he's just not winning the battles. Relic's gone at this point too. That wasn't the last gold income, apart from the market. Viper is now raiding with Trebs, the Trebuchet raids. Well, that's not going anywhere, guys. Despite the iron casting, despite the Trebuchet raids, the cavalry in his eco, it's again breaking his back. Yes! Hello in chat. I'm glad for the positivity. It's game 4, you haven't missed a lot. It's a cool series, and it looks like we're gonna get a 3-1 for TaToH here any minute. But I've been saying this for 20 minutes, so who knows how soon that's gonna be. Well, he's doing it. Last castle is going down with the Trebs, and the raids really have never ended. Finally, it's called. Alright. 3-1 for TaToH. After he, with a big mind game, able to pick humans on arena and take the win there. To everyone's surprise. Well, not the win necessarily is as surprising as the humans pick. That's 3-1 now. Okay, well, there we go. So that's 3-1 to TaToH. Let's update the draft pages. Viper, for the first time in this tournament, loses on Arena with the Burmese. TaToH his win on the second pick, Humans, which shockingly did not go to Hideout. What is he going to be playing on Hideout then? The Bengalis? The Poles? Britons? I mean, who knows? At this point, it's wide open there. Okay, Bohemians even. Well, we'll see. We'll be looking forward in anticipation. For the maps, that is TaToH's third win this time around on Arena. Really good day. Really good start to the day for him. And I was predicting an 11-7 for the Viper. Still possible, but man, TaToH is making the series look very different right now. The Viper now again able to pick the next map. The third time. And he still has all of his top row civs available, so certainly not doomed yet. The Viper is currently AFK, but he is able to pick the next map. So that's what we'll have to wait for. Gold Rush! Gold Rush seems to be the Viper's choice for Game 5, which will be the halfway point of the day. And TaToH leading 3-1 with potential to go 4-1 up. That would be a big lead. The Viper winning the game would put it to 2-3 and make the series extremely even once more. Gold Rush is the next map. Well, this is a map that is historically really good for the Viper. So he is choosing that one, and for the stats, and I know that this is the most important part of this stream, the stats. The stats are really good for the Viper here. In all the matches between Viper and TaToH of all time in tournaments, the Viper has been able to win 5 out of 7 games on this map against TaToH. So really good win-loss record there, 5-2. Also in this tournament so far, the Viper hasn't been able to play this map yet, but TaToH, he's played it twice and lost both times. So it's good signs for the Viper here on this one. Let's see as we dive into game 5 on Gold Rush if the Viper can indeed make the series close again, or if TaToH can establish a big early lead here, as he's looked really, really good. Helping him to do that will be the Burbus on Gold Rush once again. And man, I've talked about this so much already, but in this first series of this tournament between TaToH and Winchester, that game between Burbus and Saracens, that was so impressive to me. We saw Burbus and Saracens both go only camels, and it was Burbus that won. TaToH lost that game with his Saracens, his signature Saracens, against Winchester's Burbus only making camels. I never thought that somebody could just beat the Saracens by just only making camels. Nothing else. And especially not the Burbus, who don't have any camel bonuses apart from, and that's the interesting part, the stable units being so much cheaper in Castle and Imp. Well, I guess, sorry, they also have McGrabby camels, where they get regeneration on their camels, which I don't think is that big a bonus. I don't think regeneration on land units really matters much at all in most cases. But maybe I'm underestimating it, because that was an impressive performance from Winchester on those Burbus on Gold Rush in the first series of this event overall. That said, it's not the Saracens on the other side this time around, and camels aren't going to be used by TaToH here at all, I believe. Unless it's camel archers, because for the Viper, it's going to be the Aztecs, the first one of his Meso Civs, the by far lowest rated Meso Civ ever since kind of the April update. Inca and Mayans have been performing a lot better than the Aztecs have, but it's still regarded as an overall good Civ. We'll see if the Viper is going to be able to get value out of it on this map. It is a Civ that is really good in terms of its monk play, and that could help out against the Burbus a lot. A traditional cavalry civilization that might have trouble against these tanky monks that the Aztecs are able to field. A lot of extra HP, as we see for every monastery tech that they grab. It's 5 extra HP on top of their monks. That adds up quickly if you go heavily into that unit. Also for the Aztecs, pretty decent eco with the extra villager carry capacity. That helps out a lot, especially with hunters and farmers. And also, well, I like the extra starting gold for the Aztecs, because that makes some interesting early archer play possible. And we don't see it often, but we have seen it sometimes in this tournament already. Early archer play in Feudal Age for the Aztecs, just a little bit before you switch into your main barracks, is quite underrated, I feel like. I like to do that myself as well, at the very least. And then, of course, the big hallmark thing for all of the Meso Civs, their unique techs and their regional unit. Eagle Warriors, just so amazing. For the Aztecs, with the Imp tech, it's the Garland Wars. 4 extra attack on infantry. Their pikemen, amazing. The Eagles, super high DPS output. Extremely difficult to handle in the late game if the Aztecs are able to get there. And even the champions, I mean, just ridiculous. Now, they don't have any gunpowder or any stable whatsoever, and the archers aren't really good in the late game. Or at least not great. So they have definitely weaknesses, and their unique tech as well, as always for these Meso Civs, their Castle Age unique tech being an upgrade to skirmishers, really good. So I like this matchup for the Viper. He's got amazing monks against Berber knights. He's not got any cavalry, so Berber camels aren't really necessary. And he's got really good skirmishers against potential camel archers. So it sounds on paper like the army comps should be in the Viper's favor here. Let's see what TaToH will do about that. And this is the 5th game today, obviously. We're going to be playing 10 games until the end of the day. Then the rest of the series will be completed tomorrow until one player wins 11 games. That is a best of 21 spread across 2 days. A lot of action, and people have been favoring the Viper in this series, but TaToH starting it out extremely strong. And he's going to get a chance to build on that lead with his Berbers in this one. He's opening with archers, actually, interestingly. Berbers typically liking to open cavalry, because they're just a cavalry civ. But he's mixing it up for this one. The Viper on the other side with a very curious opening. He hasn't dropped any extra buildings, it's just make eagles. And with eagles, he's gonna fare pretty well against archers. At least, I mean, it is difficult because in feudal age, eagles don't really counter archers yet. They don't have a lot of tankiness, so it's a bit difficult. I would say eagles aren't really great against archers until castle age, when you have all the upgrades on your eagles. That's when you start really being uncomfortable for archers to handle. Eagle scouts in feudal age really not all that powerful, in my opinion. Yeah, really good against skirmishers, obviously, but not much else. Scale mail already in, so Viper indeed heavily committing to his infantry here in feudal age. We'll see, because TaToH is sitting on his 4 archers. He's grabbing fletching now, while not actually adding any more archers for the time being. He's going to see these eagles come forward. He doesn't have fletching yet, and that's why he's doing almost no damage. Look at this, 3 pierce armor, 4 attack on the archers. He's doing 1 damage per shot. He needs to wait for this fletching to come in. Now it's in. Now he does 2 damage per shot, so he gets a bit more damage done. But with the numbers being in the Viper's favor, he's going to take this fight completely. And that is horrible start for TaToH. When I said eagles weren't great against archers in feudal age, I wasn't talking about even numbers with better upgrades for the eagles. So I guess my bad there. TaToH takes a bad trade here in mid-feudal age, and it seems he's even a little bit behind on the way to castle. He's got a really good base though. I mean, look at this walling progress that he has made. He's getting extra gold, extra stone in there. Well, his main stone isn't actually in, and his main gold isn't either. So, well, it is in, but not super safe. So I guess the base not as awesome as I thought it was, but still a really good base, and the size is really nice. He's not gonna have access to the middle gold for now, though, which isn't necessarily a problem. If you have a good castle age power spike or even early imp, you're usually able to get on the middle gold before you're completely out of gold at home. But the Viper being given the entire map control for now, and ahead on the way to castle age. He didn't even have to sell any of his stone. He's got a really good timing here with just 5 eagles and a few spearmen. That's all he needed to invest. And he's up to castle already. And I didn't mention it, but the team bonus for the Aztecs is extremely good in 1v1s as well. One of the best 1v1 game team bonuses in my opinion. 33% extra gold from relics. I don't know why TaToH is moving out here. I'm not a massive fan of that. But well, 33% extra gold from relics, that's just a massive team bonus to have for 1v1 games. So you typically want to try to deny relics from Aztecs, even in 1v1s. And the Viper, if he's being given the map control in early castle age, he could get these relics with relative ease. Now, to his probable discontent, the relics didn't spawn too great for him. He's got 1 relic really good that he's gonna almost certainly be able to pick up. 1 in the very middle that's not favorable to either party, and the 1 between the 2 that is also very neutral. But then the 2 in the north up here are certainly much better for TaToH to reach. So the relic spawns not ideal for the Viper, who now will have to secure his eco a little bit as the archers come forward. He's gonna be exactly a minute ahead to castle age, and he's still just making more eagles. Eagles have a really slow creation speed in feudal age, but as we see him hit castle, the creations all of a sudden start speeding up massively, and he's gonna clean up these archers. I'm pretty sure he's getting chainmail already, and these are gonna be some tanky eagles. As I said, in castle age with max upgrades, eagles tend to wreck archers, especially since squires ends up coming in there. And that's exactly what he's getting right now. The archers are just being completely torn apart, and he's controlling the map here. What is he gonna do with it? Is he just booming, or is he trying to go out? He already has the monastery up. Wow, he made that immediately after getting up, it seems. And the monks are being queued up. I would honestly even like to see double monastery here, as we expect a lot of cavalry play from the Berbers. who are heavily on stone, and that's the castle being dropped. Okay, Botkin on the way means TaToH is definitely looking to go into camel archers because, well, there's simply no archers anymore that could use this Botkin, so it can only be the camel archers that will get value out of that. Viper goes forward, sees the castle being made, knows what's coming. That's going to be camel archers, and honestly I would like to see him go into skirmishes. The Aztec skirms, especially with the unique tech, man, they are so good. They're so good. The extra range, massive. Even though, well, he does. Oh no, never mind. I thought they didn't get bracer for some reason, but oh no, they don't get the second armor upgrade. That's it. But they do get bracers. So those skirmishers, they're amazing against camel archers. Would like to see him go that in the long term. It's the first camel archers good out on the map. Alright. Gotta ban the spam. And then we're good. Okay, so TaToH realizes he needs to buy some time. Stonewall's behind this. Going to go into cavalry, camel archers, and monks. Viper is going into eagles and monks. And I guess that sounds okay, but as we see right here, the eagles can't just run down camel archers. They are so fast. Husbandry is already in for TaToH, I'm sure. I think I saw him grab that earlier. Eagle Warrior is now on the way. Still the Eagle Scouts on those. That'll give them some extra punch. But Viper for now just working on grabbing a few relics. I like that he's grabbing the middle one right now. Is he adding a second monastery? He hasn't done it yet. And I guess that's okay if he knows TaToH is going just into camel archers. No actual cavalry just yet. Viper didn't scout the bottom relic here. That's unfortunate. As with the monks, he's able to scare away the camel archers. He's getting Sanctity now. 30 HP on this monk as the base value. Look at how it's gonna go through the roof here. Sanctity coming in. That's 50. 15 from Sanctity plus 5 from the team bonus, or from the Aztec bonus. Now he's even able to get pump that number up much more with every other relic monastery tech that he ends up grabbing. And ooh, his south isn't entirely walled yet, but he is aware of the camel archer sneaking around, so he's gonna prepare the house wall. Might lose the villagers, but he's gonna be fine with that as long as the wall stands up. That's 2 villagers going down. Ooh, good dodge here against the ballistics even. 3 TCs against 2 right now still for the Viper. Ooh, he's losing the monks. Or is he? The movement and the HP, well, he loses 1. Oh boy, good movement here by TaToH, who's gonna be able to snipe all 3 of these monks, it seems. Oh, the dodges from Viper, so well done. But ends up losing all 3 monks without doing a lot of damage back. That was so well kited by TaToH. And Viper finally realizes he's going to need the elite skirms. He's gonna do double range skirmishers. Yeah, that is just the correct play. Eagles, they are good against the camel archers if the camel archers are just standing there and trading damage. But if TaToH is microing as he has been doing so well, then Viper's not going to be able to simply get away with the eagle and monk into camel archers. Queues the skirms now, and that is going to be extremely helpful. TaToH, though, with the time that he's bought and the immense map control from the camel archers, been able to gather enough stone for another castle, and even a third one could be coming out, as he's still got a lot on stone apparently. Over here in the west, that is. He's looking to solidify a foothold in the middle now, and he's gonna be fine in terms of his gold situation. Well, let's see, it's the Viper who might struggle actually getting into the middle, but he's picked up 2 relics at least, so that's a good start for the Aztecs. TaToH grabbing that last relic from the north, and conserving his camel archer numbers. Really good eco management as well from both players. Barely any resources floating. TaToH up with the siege workshop. Wow. What does he get? I guess maybe he's predicting skirmishers and he wants mangonel against the skirmishers? But that's surprising. A pretty early siege workshop as far as I'm concerned. There's the skirmishers. No castle yet for the Viper, but he's got the stone, so he's going to try and drop it soon, I expect, on his main, or well, on the closest gold patch that he has, from the outer ring in the middle. Ooh, no, he's going forward with the castle. He's going to place it here, right? He's not gonna slam it in his face, yeah. Just the castle right here, sensible choice. Can TaToH contest it at all? Well, he's gotta be careful for now, but that's the mangonel against the skirmishers. Viper needs to avoid these shots. Looks like the positioning for him is pretty decent. He gets one camel archer conversion, loses another 2 monks though. And the eagles dive in, but really nice body blocking coming in from TaToH. He's protecting this mangonel really well, actually. Viper is finally able to take it out. Wow, he really forced that kill, but he's still diving forward. I wonder if this isn't too aggressive. This is not Imperial Age eagles. He's gonna take a lot of damage on the way out here as well. I wonder if it was necessary to commit that hard, but he got a few camel archer kills and the mangonel went down too. Which is the biggest threat to the Viper's skirmishers, obviously. The castle went up as well. I would like him to see the... What is it? The Atlatl skirmishers? Or what is it called? Atlatl. Skirmishers upgrade. Is really strong again. The extra range would be massive here. Camel archers going forward again. Is this overchopped? No, it's not actually. Viper might have thought it was, but not actually. Oh, well. TaToH with a lot of camels. He's now going forward. Brings the mangonel. He's trying to harass the Viper at home. I like the late game matchup here. I feel like Aztecs have answers to everything that the Berbers typically do. That said, TaToH's camel archers so far have been so difficult for the Viper to handle. And he's going to get a lot of his eco raided here, it seems. He is quite open on the side, which TaToH might not know. And he's a bit surrounded at this point, but the skirmishers need to pay attention. This mangonel could be devastating. Firing uphill, not doing as much damage. And the Viper is able to take it out. Good thing for TaToH, these camel archers are extremely mobile, so he should be able to get them out of there pretty much unharmed. It seems he's more concerned with going to Imp, and so is the Viper. Both players about to click up here at roughly the same time. And again, no big losses for TaToH, who was able to at least raid a few villages this time around. What a close game here early on in this series. It would be a big win for TaToH, going up by 3 games. It would be extremely big. The Viper again trying to close down the lead. Narrow it down again. He's behind by about 20 seconds to the next stage, so that's not really relevant as much. 2 castles though for TaToH, so he's going to be able to open trap conscription. With the Viper, only 1 castle trap production and no villagers left on stone. He's trying to raid a bit himself, potentially break in, but this gate is not taking damage here. This gate is not having it. What is that, 2 damage per hit? Yeah, nah, that's gonna take a while. And TaToH recognizes the opportunity here. Ooh, a lot of villagers being picked. The Viper trying to sneak onto this goat, but it's just too easy for TaToH. He's got the mobility, he's got the map control to just sweep in and take out another few wills. The Viper keeping his army pointlessly hitting a stone gate lets TaToH know exactly where that army is, and he punishes again. Viper now with the Atlatl upgrade, so the skirmish is finally going to get a lot stronger. But that's a 3rd castle raised by TaToH. That's going to be problematic. He's already got a lot of map controls with the mobility, and he's going to have a 2nd castle in the middle. His trebuchet production is going to be out sooner and faster than the Vipers. He's holding the hill. Now the skirmishers are causing a lot of trouble though, with the upgrade being in. The Viper sweeps in. Is he going to be able to take out the mangonels again? Oh boy, this is not the greatest trade for TaToH on the way to Imp. Is the castle going to be denied? No, it's going to go up, but he's losing a lot of villagers here as the castle is being raised. Well, he lost a a lot there in terms of mangonels and camel archers. But the Viper not able to deny the castle. And he's going to, first of all, heavily upgrade his skirms. Bracer, chemistry, coming in, and conscription as well, which is interesting because he's not winning this castle war anyway. This one is extremely likely to go down. The Viper is going to need to do some damage elsewhere. He's not upgraded his eagles yet whatsoever, so this is still Castle Age eagles with forging, and other than that, just full Castle Age upgrades. But he's getting plate mail now. So he's working on that. He wants to get back into this game with army. And well, his villager numbers are great, obviously, right? We talked about this. He's been on 3 TCs. TaToH only added his 3rd one recently, so his villager numbers are still up by about 20. Problem is, the map control is pretty good for TaToH. And these camel archers, man. Is Elite Skirm going to be enough when TaToH gets his upgrades, right? He's got Bracer already. When Elite Camel Archer comes in, this could be a monstrous power spike for TaToH, who is about to take out this castle already. Viper with the first upgrade for his eagles. He's actually broken in somehow, so he's able to raid a little bit, but not enough numbers to cause serious damage for now. Is going to lose the castle here in a second. Buys some extra time here, but there it goes. It's going to be the finishing blow, as he's going to have to abandon that position. His army is strong though, so it's not going to be a cakewalk from TaToH from here on out. The trap situation is interesting. Well, if either player is able to win this trap war, this could be problematic. Elite Eagle on the way for Viper now. Still committing full into army, but well, his wood numbers are looking a bit sketchy. You know, he needed to redirect a few wills to wood there. As the Elite Eagle is about to hit, and he's going forward with them. Only forging for now though, no Garland Wars, no Iron Casting or Blast Furnace. He's got a lot of room to grow in these with these eagles. And TaToH is switching into cavalry now. Cavalier has been researched, chain barding. He's gonna go for a heavy tech switch here that might just overwhelm the Viper. Fully upgraded Cavaliers against fully upgraded Elite Eagles, that is a trade the Viper can take. But the skirmishers are just gonna get rolled over. Or I guess ridden over by these Cavalier. Viper needs either a few monks, which would be great against the Cavaliers, or he needs fully upgraded Garland Wars pikemen if he wants to handle this. And I don't think he knows that it's coming because he's not queuing any monks. And that's exactly what he should be doing right now. He's getting... No, he's getting the pikeman upgrade though, at least. He's getting the castle as well. I assume he's looking to go into Garland Wars. He's got a lot of food banked, which he's now selling. Yep, that's what he's doing. He's rushing up this castle to get Garland. And that is a good plan. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh man. I'm getting a bit nervous here for the Viper because running out of time. That's a lot of Cavalier already, and now Garland Wars is being queued. He needs that, and he needs a lot of pikemen to be able to kind of soften the blow of this cavalry charge. In go the Cavalier. They are so strong against these skirmishers, but the Viper lucky to have his gold eco at least somewhat protected still. Castle is up in the south. I wonder if TaToH has spotted that yet. It seems he has, so he knows about that location. Moves over the trebuchets. It's gonna get again a good start to this engagement. The Viper housed. Oh no, he's housed. He can't get the trebuchet out of the castle. Oh, that's really bad for him. It's not even starting to produce yet, the trebuchet, because he's got 44 skirmishers eating up the pop space. Blast Furnace is about to come in. The Viper's infantry is immensely potent at this point. The damage is ridiculous. In 50 seconds it's gonna explode through the roof even more. But that's so many cavalry. It seems TaToH has a better position for this fight. He's gonna take out all the eagles in the front. And the skirmish in the back aren't having too great a day against the cavaliers either. The trebuchets are working on the castle. If that one falls, nothing is left to protect the skirmishers at all. And no more stone for Viper to repair. He's gonna lose the castle and the battle has turned horrible for him. All the infantry is gone already. And Blast Furnace hasn't even hit yet. Massive win for TaToH here. With even eco numbers and all the map control, he should be able to do it from here on out. It's looking so good for him. The Viper is throwing everything into trash units now, trying to stop this from going too bad. But I think it might be too late at this point. The Aztecs, they have to call it. 4-1 lead at this point for TaToH. Amazingly done with the Berbers. I didn't see it happening, but he was able to pull it off. He's in amazing form today. And after the first half of the day, he's up by 3. Well, certainly a big surprise to me and to Hera as well, what I could take from his predictions. Great job on his part. Gets the win on the Berbers. There we go. Another save that is pretty low tier. The Aztecs, a loss for the Viper. That's going to be Gold Rush out of there. A save, a map that the Viper had a really good record on against TaToH, but ends up losing it here. He's already picked 3 maps, the Viper, and he's lost on 2 of them. So that's certainly less than ideal. Luckily for him, he still has all of the top row civs available. So if he's able to convert those into wins, he has a good shot at coming back here. But down by 3 points is not negligible anymore, albeit still early on in the series. Oof, okay, well, back to the drawing board for the Viper. He has the next pick again. Well, down 1-4, luckily for him, for the Viper. You need 11 wins to get the series. Therefore, he's still got a lot of ground to fall back on. However, TaToH looking strong here, and he's not to be underestimated. He has beaten Viper in big tournaments before. Certainly capable of winning this series as well. If I had to predict, I would still choose Viper at this point even. But the random ban was Portuguese, which is kind of funny because it is the Viper's signature civ, and otherwise it would have been in the first 3 picks for the Viper for sure, but it was the random ban, yeah. Well, it seems the next pick has been made. It seems the Viper is looking to go onto Meadows next. And we're already in the game. So I'm happy about that. Meadow as the next map. And an interesting matchup once more. One that I don't think the Viper saw coming, if I understood his reasoning right. But regardless, it is going to be Meadow for game 6 between the Viper and TaToH, with a quite surprising 4-1 lead for the Spanish guy. It is Slavs against Teutons now. A really cool map that I like a lot. Let's see how it's going to play out. And let's get the Civ overviews on screen first. It's the Teutons here on the left side. Well, I don't think they've picked up too many wins in this tournament so far, but they have distinct strengths. Their cavalry and infantry with the extra armor is really, really good against civs that tend to go into cav and infantry themselves. And, well, the Slavs do exactly that. They're a cavalry and infantry civ. So, in that regard, I think TaToH pretty good. Also, the Teutons typically go into monastery as well. Well, the Slav monastery is certainly better, I think. I feel like the Slav monk's really good. But regardless, Teuton monks could help out as well. And if the Slavs like to go into monks, then the Teuton's team bonus is exactly in the right vein, delaying that conversion timer, making conversions difficult. And monk civs hate their lives against the Teutons. So TaToH might have a sneaky good matchup here. I could see the advantages for him for sure. Yeah, cheaper farms, a nice eco bonus, one could say, and a bunch of smaller bonuses that aren't necessarily, yeah, too important, I don't think. For the Viper, it's the Slavs here, and that is an interesting pick. I gotta say, it is an interesting one, because Slavs is a civ that tends to take some time, honestly, and their farming economy is just amazing. But in this map, it's difficult to get a protected farming economy going. So I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, well, let's see. Slavs against Teutons here. Slavs, as I said, I feel like the monks are pretty good. Yeah, they move faster, they're monks. That's the bonus. That was it. Also, the siege is nice. With the cheaper siege, you're pretty flexible against cav archers. You're able to add in a few scorpions. Against infantry civs, maybe the mangonels could be good. Depends, right? Against skirmishers or whatever, against archers. So that's a good bonus. I'm not sure if the Teutons are the best civs to go into siege against. But who knows? Matchup-wise, I really think this might not be bad for TaToH, actually, despite again being on a map that the Viper has chosen. Well, let's check it out. Both players about to go up here. Well, the Viper actually already on the way. Going up with 19 wills. TaToH, 19 wills, 20th will on the way. But Loom already in. He might have gotten housed for a second. I assume he wanted to go up on 19 wills too, because you see he has 12 seconds of idle GC time. His build must have been a bit messed up. So he's actually a bit later to fuel later than he would have liked. This could give Viper a nice early lead in the potential to come out of the gate strong with scouts. That being said, the woodlines here are relatively wallable on this map. Let's check. Is this map just 5 relics all in the middle? I think it is. Yes, it is. Well, in that case, it could be good to have these faster moving monks if you want to posture for these relics in the middle there. We'll see. I still expect a regular scout opening from the Viper. And we'll see where he'll take it from there. Also would not be surprised about an early horse collar, because that farming eco for the Slavs, the earlier you're able to get into that, the happier you're going to be. Double pickaxe first, but then again I expect soon after that horse collar to come in. And the Viper to look into some farms himself. Now TaToH up as well to the next age. Also expecting the stables to come out from him. He's taken quite some damage on the scout already though. And yeah, there he goes. Okay, there's the stable. Not actually walled in on the wood line. That's surprising. I would have expected a small wall around these trees, so not to be harassed by these scouts. Although with the hill being so awkward, honestly, you might just be fine and able to fight with your villagers down from the hill. And now slowly he's getting a wall up, although it's a larger one than usual on this map. Viper coming in with scouts and spears, but TaToH already with the spears himself. Shouldn't have any issues with that, to be honest. And he's just going forward himself with the scouts. Doesn't mind that at all. And there's no spearman just yet for the Viper to protect. Only 2 scouts though, and good job by Viper. He's focusing the low HP one, just gets that kill easily. That was a good start to the trade. It still has the 2 scouts sneaking around. It doesn't look like either player is going to be able to get a lot of eco damage done for now. But I said the same thing in the Sicilians game, in game 1. And then look how it exploded. So you really can't be ever safe. Okay, well, it's a spearman fight for now. The most beautiful thing in AOE2. They just don't take any damage, and it takes ages until they die. But so far, military-wise, the numbers are pretty even here on both sides. And so I can't really see either player doing a whole lot of damage here in Feudal Age. Yeah, there's not really a lot of exposed eco. No walls around the around the mill for the Viper. Maybe he's trying to wall around it now a little bit, but that could potentially be dangerous. He's only got the spearman at home and now trying to look for some damage in the front again with the scouts. Is that a... Oh yeah, that's an overchop. Oh, is he gonna notice? He's not noticing, and TaToH is the one actually noticing first. That could have been a bit unfortunate. Timing was awkward, but Viper not deciding to go in on it. And that's a lot of spearman forward for TaToH, honestly. He might be able to do something here. Viper has the wills nearby though, and ooh! Ooh! Wow, what a trap! The double gate. Oh, that's big. I'm not sure he's winning this fight, but he's pulling the villagers, so he should be winning. And he's also still striking back. How does he have the APM for this? While still managing units on the other side. I mean, that's crazy. He's got an amazing trap off here. Yeah, TaToH lost all the spearmen in there, it seems. Almost all of them, at least. And skirmishing continues. Neither side really getting a great trade out of this one. And finally the Viper decides to wall this off, although, oh, TaToH breaks in. These quick walls, you can't just tap them once. And the Viper, is he finally gonna lose a villager? He's not actually. Good micro again, pulls the woman to the back. But finally there seems to be a villager going down. The first eco kill again goes over to TaToH. Loses the scouts for it in the end, it seems. But that's a second villager kill about to come through. They're so low HP, but Viper just able to kill the scout in time. Man, it's so messy here in these skirmishes. But it's, again, TaToH on the offensive who's able to do all the damage. Good micro on the spearman. Able to get another will down on the way out of there. Nicely done by him. And the Viper a bit on the back foot here. Resource-wise, he's looking okay. And, I mean, here's Slavs. And he's got a lot of farms going. Horse collar in. I assume all of these are horse collar farms. Interesting choice to go for the scale mail armor now. Like if you were gonna research that, I feel like why not do it earlier? Doing it now is interesting. I wonder where he's even trying to engage with the infantry. As finally his berry wills, as mentioned before, they were vulnerable and no wall came through. He's still losing villagers down here. He sent the spearman, but he's not engaging. What's going on? TaToH, he's doing the same thing he did in that Sicilian game. Gets a little bit of damage, and he comes in bringing everybody. What is that? 8 villagers forward? 9 villagers, alright. That's a lot of pressure on this wood line for the Viper. Can he stop this? It's looking real difficult again. He's bringing so many villagers over to fight this with. Oh, this could be a game-deciding play already. Whoever wins this is in a super good position. It looks like TaToH is getting a great trade out of this one, despite the upgrades that the Viper has from the blacksmith, which are surprisingly many. He's trying to wall in this tower a bit so he can attack it better. Oh, I don't know who's coming out on top, but TaToH has 7 villager kills at this point. His eco is just in quite a bit better shape here, despite the high idle time, honestly. So it's not as bad for the Viper as it seems. He obviously doesn't know that, but the score situation is definitely in his favor. Tower goes down, and what is this fight? I can't even tell what's going on here, guys. 7-1. TaToH lost a villager in there, and he's probably gonna lose all of them at this rate. But how much damage can he do in return is the question. This is a mess. Nobody can tell what's going on here. You have to click individual villages here on either side. It's so messy. Both players trading villager kills here. One back, one back, one back. It's 9-3 at this point. Man, what a crazy game. Again, guys. That's the crazy thing. TaToH gets another one on the way out. That was nicely done. And if I'm the Viper, I'm really trying to, no matter what, make sure all of these forward villagers die from TaToH. Make sure nobody gets out alive. Or we could try for a gate in the north. But I don't think TaToH is going to allow that. What a messy game. What is this? Viper is still chasing with his villagers. I'm not sure I like this. Yeah, he's just cornering in on the one. But even that, he should just abort this thing. Go back home and farm with these villagers. You can see his eco suffering. He doesn't have anything left to build these farms with. And it's getting raided now. I think he got a bit too zealous. Oh, I don't like this. Viper's definitely over chasing here. He's gonna lose these villagers, isn't he? It's Viper who sent too many forward now. He's bringing the spearmen to relieve them, but look at the eco KD at this point. It's 15-4. Why would he not pull them back? Maybe he felt he was so far behind he needed to do something, but he actually really wasn't far behind at all. Now he is, though, I gotta say. 18-19-6. And more villagers dropping for the Viper. What a horror. Early on in this 6th game. It seems hard to recover from, honestly speaking. Oh. Look at this mess. 21-8 and counting the villager KD. 500 gold in the bank for the Viper, maybe with a bit of market usage. I don't know. He's not going to be able to click up for quite some time still. Oh. This is I mean, this series is just so weird. So weird. But TaToH still coming out on top every time, so he's showing up. And these scouts too low HP for Viper to even raid the villagers with. I mean, he's got scale barding and forging, so they're actually stronger than it looks, but the villagers should be able to handle them. It's another tower attempt by TaToH. Viper almost 700 gold at this point. Does feel like the imbalance there is pretty weird. Can he deny this tower? I don't think so. TaToH, so many villagers forward. He's got the numbers, lead the villager numbers. So why not, right? Just use them to fight. Again, it's gonna be a tower war. The Viper has the hill position, but he's gonna be behind. I'm not sure this tower is even going to go up. This could be the game decider, guys, because Viper is losing another amount of villagers here. Oh, the tower seems to be going up, though, in the end, so it's not as horrible as it could have been. But, wow, what a mess, and that's so many spearmen for TaToH. It doesn't look like the Viper can handle this. And had he made an archery range at any point with 2 or 3 archers, that could have been so massive for him. He's now using the market heavily. But for what? Just to be able to get another tower up with this stone or what? I'm not sure. This is going horrible for him. He's not gonna get any space for his eco. Fletching, a good upgrade to grab for TaToH. Tower's getting stronger off the back of that. And all of the Viper's gold has been burned through in the market. That's it. He's got nothing left. Got nothing left, and that is the 6th game in the books, 5 of which TaToH has been able to win. He's steamrolling through this series at this point. Definitely the most dominant early opening to a series we've seen. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen a 5-1 yet. So Viper needs to start winning now, mate, because this is a major deficit. TaToH still needs 6 wins, so again, it's not over by any means. But surely he's ahead at this point in the series. Oof. What a display. Another win for TaToH, and what was the Civs this time? It was the Teutons winning against the Slavs. So again, a really late pick that the Viper was using there. He still needs 10 wins in the series. Now he's got 6 Civs, or no, 7 Civs in his first row. If he's doing a really good job and winning 5 of those games, he still needs 5 wins on other Civs. Japanese, absolutely realistic to win with on a hybrid map. The Vikings, and yeah, the Vikings I can definitely see winning. That would be 7 wins. The Turks I can see winning on a closed map, 8 wins. The other 2 wins that he needs is pretty rough at this point. Either he needs to be even better in his first row and win 6 or 7 games there, or he's gonna need to clutch out some wins on the Franks or the Goths on some weird maps, maybe with the Chinese on some weird maps, all while getting the wins that he's expected to get. So it's a difficult series to play for him from here on out. Again, it's him who's picking the next map. Down 1-5. Well. Oh, the map. I haven't updated that one yet, but that was... Oh, I didn't update after last game either? Huh? Did I not? I was sure I did. What was the last game? Something is weird here. Gold Rush was the last game, right? Oh, I put 4 twice. That's the mistake. 5 for Gold Rush, and 6. Game 6 now was on Meadow. First of the extra hunt maps. Now there's still Yucatan for an extra hunt map. And that's interesting because the Mongols are typically expected to be played on one of the extra hunt maps. But the Viper said earlier that he's expecting Britons possibly on Yucatan. So, So if that would be Britons, where would the Mongols come out then? I mean, there's a bunch of good maps for Mongols, but I don't think much are better than the extra hunt maps. So yeah, Britons possibly not on Yucatan. I would expect the Mongols there. And if Viper goes Goths into that is at least decent, right? Goths, a bit difficult for Mongols to handle sometimes. Let's check it out. We're on Golden Pit next. Cool. I like that map as well. I think it's pretty fun. I typically like it more than Gold Rush. And that's gonna be it for Game 7. Massive lead for TaToH at this point. The Viper far on the back foot. He needs wins here. And he's going on Golden Pit to start the comeback. He's got the Ethiopians on this one against TaToH's Bohemians. Oh well, let's see. It's a pit in the middle and there's a lot of gold. Golden Pit. Bohemians we've seen already work out really well for... Oh, I'm not sure who it was. Was it Yo? Was it Yo against Vinch? I believe it was. With the Bohemians having a good performance on Gold Rush. So I can see them working out here quite well as well. Ethiopians on the other side for the Vipers as Civ I personally think is pretty cool. I'm not sure how good they are on a map like this. But let's see. Let's find out. Well, TaToH with the Bohemians. What do they have going for them? They have amazing gunpowder. And they get gunpowder in Castle Age already. With that power spike, oftentimes you're able to get map control. And that is what you need around late Castle Age, early Imp. Map control is what you need on this map. Just like Gold Rush, you need to be controlling the middle if you want to get any gold. Also, for the Bohemians, of course, their monks are really nice. I get their, well, I feel... Wait, let me check actually. Because hostile reforms obviously such a good tech to make your monastery checks even more affordable and less gold intensive. But do they have a perfect monastery? They do, yeah. They absolutely do. I was gonna say. So perfect monastery for the Bohemians. Monks really nice as well. Although that's not too massive against the Ethiopians who, you know, don't really use cavalry. But maybe against their siege, that could make sense. And then again, the Bohemians also with a really good eco. They get free mining camp tax, but more importantly, they have further affect villagers, so extra movement speed on the villagers improves their eco output as well. So pretty decent save there with Bohemians. Oftentimes takes some time to get to that gunpowder spot, but if you're there, it can be extremely difficult to handle. For Viper on the other side, it's the Ethiopians, and I don't think the Ethiopians are too bad in this matchup. They also get Bombard Cannon, and they have amazing siege with the Torsion engines as the Castle Age unique tech. But their real signature unit is the Archer line. 18% faster firing rate, that's just damage. Flat extra damage there on the Archer output, really good. And yeah, that's kind of their main identity. Pretty straightforward civ. They have amazing archers with a good eco bonus, or not really an eco bonus, but extra resources they get whenever they age up. On top of that, they get free pikeman upgrade if the opponent goes into cavalry, threatening your archers. That's super useful as well. And as already mentioned, their siege is pretty good too. Now, a sneaky good bonus they have is their team bonus, which makes outposts better and cost no stone, so they can just afford to spam outposts on the map relatively early, getting a lot of utility out of that without having to pay for that with stone, which would delay your TC drops or even castles, which on this map you would probably want a few castles to drop to control the middle and the extra resources and such. So that said, both players up to feudal here, pretty much the same time, 19 villager up times here with Lu in the back. TaToH pretty forward with this scout. Has he spotted the Viper? Well, yeah, he knows where the... I was gonna ask, has he spotted the Viper's stuff? He hasn't found the barracks, I guess, and obviously doesn't know if the Viper is gonna go for a stable, but since he's the Ethiopians, you can pretty safely assume that it's just gonna be the archery range there, which ends up being the case, and thus TaToH also answers with archery range, wants to be able to have something going against the archers there. Already has a spearman out, so the Viper not going to be able to chase the scout any further. Got a bit of an HP advantage out of this trade, but spearman keeps him at bay now. And decent spot here for TaToH, knowing that he can go into the archery range and having his eco set up pretty nicely in the back, where the archers can't really easily harass him. He's gonna try and house wall up a little bit. I'm surprised he's a bit late on these walls. This map is actually really wallable. Ooh, is he gonna lose that will? No, it is tanky enough. The Viper, I think, cancel one of the attacks there. Now, okay, so he can wall this off. I would like to see a wall here as well. Yep, that's what we see next. But it's a bit late. If the Viper were to move out with this gap with the archers soon, he could get in there, but it seems he's a bit late on the move out. Which surprises me. He knew that there was an archery range for TaToH, so he couldn't have been worried about getting caught by his scouts. Actually loses his scout here. I feel like he's regretting at this point trading that scout HP for the will HP, but I guess it was a worthwhile attempt to go for the villager kill. Almost could have gotten that one off, but well, didn't quite succeed. And so he's a bit on the back foot military wise now. Fletching coming in, which TaToH doesn't have yet, but he's got the walls up in the north. And so really only the south is where TaToH is able to be hit anymore at this point. The Viper also walling up, much more conservatively it seems. Not a lot of resources inside of his world. Space isn't bad, but I mean, he only has a little bit of gold. Stone is outside. The extra stone and extra golds are also outside. So his wall's really not protecting a lot here. It's even still open in the very north here, so that's potentially dangerous as well. I'm sure he doesn't know about that. I like this map position better for TaToH at this point. Oh, gets harassed at the only spot that the Viper can hit. Just the berries, good movement on the will actually, that was in threat of going down. Viper even mixing in a few skirmishes, knowing that TaToH had also gone for the archery range. And still open in the south, but we're already working on the house wall extension. He's going for really big walls here. TaToH isn't, with the army that he has. It seems he's going to be able to get away with that. Look at these trades. He's taking everything right now. Taking out all of these archers already. What a nice opening to this feudal age. Well, I should say, what a nice end to this feudal age for TaToH. Well, I don't think we're going to see any more action, as both players should be gearing up to get up to castle. Yeah, the Viper is going to click up in just a second. He's already saved up for that. And he's just going to go regular Botkin crossbow. I assume, at least this time around, able to get to Castle Age without losing any villagers. Which has been a struggle several points of this series before. Castle Age on the way. TaToH still a good bit away from that. Already having sold his stone? Has he just... When did he sell his stone? So I'm wondering if I missed anything here, but... I don't know. Maybe something weird went on there. Either way, TaToH also trying to catch up here to the next age. You can see he's about to get there. Not too crazy. Actually, the Viper did spot the gap up north, so he's now fully walled as well. Although only Palisades south. I'm always a bit skeptical when you're walling with Palisades only so far away from your main base. So if you're not careful, people definitely can break in there with their first bigger armies. Viper now forward with his 12 archers. Actually, not all of them currently attacking. But TaToH pretty well equipped to handle this. He's 1.5 minutes behind to the next age. Grabs horse collar now, so eco upgrades are on even footing too. And he's got the archers to handle this. No skirmishes though, so that doesn't seem like something he wants to invest in. I wonder if he's just gonna go for siege. Or if he's trying to do immediate hand cannoneers against this. We've seen people do this against archer players, go immediate hand cannoneers, which I'm always a bit skeptical about. But I guess in Castle Age it can work, since hand cannoneers just are that OP, stats wise. Stone Gate now to make sure the archers don't get in. Probably a good choice. Viper brings the siege workshop now, which is of course necessary to do anything here with the archers. Is he gonna be able to get in? What does TaToH have in store against a siege workshop? If a mangonel push comes out here, what can TaToH do? It feels like he's already preparing to give up a little bit of space there in his base, extending this house wall south. And the stone gate has fallen surprisingly quickly. The house wall isn't actually done yet. I'm not sure this is gonna be enough for him. Now the good news for him, the Viper doesn't have a uni yet, I don't think. At least he doesn't have ballistics yet. Yeah, no university completed. But he's pressuring a lot with these crossbows. And the house wall isn't really as solid as it should have been. Mangonel also about to pop out already, and the Viper on 2 TCs. He seems to have found himself in a good game state here. For the first time in a long time. Although that said, he gets jumped on by a lot of crossbows here of TaToH's. Botkin is also in for him and trading relatively fine there against the Viper. Good dodges also on his part. Viper not landing a lot of shots here. His crossbows They're supposed to be better. They're attacking faster. But wow! TaToH is just avoiding all of these shots. He's completely massacring the Viper in this trade. What a horrible turn of events right after I praised the game state that the Viper was in. Loses all crossbows. That was amazingly done by TaToH. He had the movement down to whatever the saying is. Down to a not whatever. Whatever. Well, Viper comes up with a second Mangonon now, but he's gonna have to wait to replenish the crossbow numbers before he can do anything really. Oh, that is a difficult one to start out with. He's trying to harass a bit with some knights, I think, yeah. But that's kind of it. And no chance of getting in there. So, couldn't really have gone much better for TaToH. Only difficulty at this point is he's down 1 TC. And he doesn't have any stone left, so it's going to be a bit awkward getting his villager numbers up. Well, Viper's still quite raidable though, not walled all that much. So maybe TaToH can find something with the crossbows that he's going forward with. What can he do there? Well, it seems the woodline certainly should be rangeable. Let's turn on his vision here. He doesn't know a lot, but he knows there's a lumber camp here. And that's exactly what he's going to try and target. He's coming in, the Viper doesn't see this. There he goes, the first shots. Oh, that's 2, that's 3 villagers dead. The ballistics are doing so much here. Oh, the ballistics probably were in between during the fight earlier as well. Maybe I missed that. If that was the case, then yeah, the Viper really wasn't going to win that fight. You're not going to win against archers with ballistics if you don't have it yourself. Maybe that fight was pretty bad for the Viper from the get-go. But either way, TaToH got a big win there. Now he's got map control, but the Viper back with another round of crossbows and 2 mangonels ready. Well, he's got about half as many crossbows as TaToH has, and TaToH already with a monk as well. He's getting fervor. Remember, that affects his eco as well. Dungy gunungy. Selga. Hang. Alright, both players going forward now trying to harass there. Viper again gonna have trouble breaking in there. And he's gonna get hit a lot harder at home than he's currently able to hit at front. Puts up a 30C right now. I'm not sure that's gonna do him a big favor though. Chemistry on the way for TaToH. That's gonna be massive for the crossbows as well. And the option to add hand cannoneers after that as well. Yep, hey and Chadrap, like TaToH has been amazing. Really, really amazing. 5 games and 2 or 3 of those were just absolute stomps. Then a really creative Cuman game on Arena. Absolute classic TaToH game that was. And yeah, a little bit here and there, but I mean, game 1 and the last game we've seen, just brutal feudal age victories. This time around, he was in a bad spot, but then got an amazing trade with the crossbows just a few minutes ago in early Castle Age. Now he's again in the lead military-wise. Villager numbers still down, as the Viper has added his 30C already. And gets a good trade on the Mangonel, so it's going to be difficult for TaToH to really break in and do a lot here. At least he's stopped the Viper from pushing at his home base. And trades a monk for that knight. Not the worst. Relic-wise, TaToH has already picked up one. He's just looking so strong here. He's not that far behind villager-wise, and he's the Bohemians with a bigger army, with hand cannoneers coming out already, and fully upgraded crossbows, well, apart from the armor. But ballistics is in, bodkin is in, and chemistry is in, so that's some hard-hitting crossbowmen. And that's 27 of them too. Viper with 3 mangonels coming out, firing downhill. Maybe he can get some good trades in here. Alright, gets a good shot off, but immediately taking out these hand cannoneers, man. They are so strong against the mangonels. They really are. 7 range on those. I mean, they don't really hit often, but it's 7. Yeah, I said this as well. This Bohemians seem to be good on these center control maps. Certainly. Golden Pit. What a map. Actually, the first time that these two players are playing against each other on this map. There's no history on this. And again, the Mangonels are just being traded. It's not good enough for the Viper, I don't think, these trades. He's firing from uphill and he's got less units. But I think he needs better trades than this. He's just losing ground continuously. And that's the cheese he's having to garrison again. Can't stop these crossbows as things are right now. He's going to have to go into skirmishes himself now. That's not what you like to see as the Ethiopians. As TaToH is the one with the TC in the middle. He's now also up to 3 TCs. 20 villager gap, not too massive. And skirmishers are really good against the hand cannoneers as well, so not a terrible choice by the Viper. You just much rather see full crossbows if you're Ethiopians with siege. But it hasn't worked out so far. Oh boy. The Viper holds the uphill position, but so big number advantage for TaToH. Loses a few there against the Mangonel. That's the type of trades the Viper needs. Can he get another shot? He can. That was a really good Mangonel. That's what I was talking about. If he can fire like that, he shouldn't have any trouble defending this. But how does he get down into the middle? That's the question against the Bohemians. With their chemistry and everything in already. It is a good castle to have, is absolutely, when it comes to contesting the middle. Could have been even a bit closer to the edge, but obviously he didn't have the control over the area, so he can't be picky. And yeah, TaToH, I'm sure he likes playing Bohemians here, and look at how big his base is. He's got such a massive area walled in there. Obviously there's not a lot of gold in that area, but there's so much farming space, and the gold, well, that's kind of taking care of itself here in the middle. That's 72,000 gold just in the middle. What a map. And the Viper, he got some good shots in him in the end, but if he steps down into the arena here in the middle, if he goes into the pit, then there's no longer any hill bonus. What is this? The one crossbow against the one elite skirm. Well, both being very nerdy about this, for sure. And there's, again, Viper as well with the single crossbow raid. He's on the way to Imp now. With a village lead of about 15, the gap is getting closer. Naturally, since he's researching Imp. Well. TaToH is breaking into the base from the south. Again, I've said this a bunch already, but Viper's base isn't really well fortified. And there's not even a bunch of res in there anyway, so it's a really awkward looking base. He's gonna just have to survive this time now until Imp. Trying to stay ahead in villagers a bit at least. And then go from there. I wonder what he's gonna do. I really could see an argument for just siege onager torsion engines. This, I think, against torsion engines, onagers, not even siege onagers, but even torsion engine onagers, Bohemians have a lot of problems against. Is that what he's gonna go for, or is he just gonna go for a standard arbalest upgrade first? I wonder. He's definitely gonna come out with traps out of the castle, so I assume he's not gonna go torsion engines immediately because he wants the traps and he only has one castle. Yeah, it's such a sick attack, except if the opponent goes cavalry, then it doesn't do anything. Although, I mean, obviously that's not true, right? Onagers are also really good against cavalry if you're able to protect them and if the cavalry groups up. But you're not guaranteed to get that. But against archers, it's always good to have onagers. If you're able to afford it. You're right, he's gotten the stone for another castle, but he's up to castle age now. And yeah, he's not going for it because he wants to upgrade the archers and the skirmishers first. And then he wants some trebuchets. And then afterwards, I'm sure he's thinking about getting torsion. As TaToH is also about to hit Imp, not far behind. I'm not sure this castle is too good for the Viper. Is he going to be able to get this up? Does he have enough military here? Well, we'll see about that. he needs the gold access now, so that's right. He needs to go down. I'm not sure he's got any gold left at home. It doesn't look like it, so that's problematic. Gold ran out faster than expected. The castle is up. He's got chemistry in as well, the Viper, so he can go for bombard cannons. The problem is Bohemian bombard cannons typically a bit better, and he already has chemistry from Castle Age, obviously. He doesn't have arbalests. He only has bracer and chemistry. So the skirms and the crossbows are good, but no arbalests right now for the Viper. He's lacking gold for that, I assume. And TaToH, he's got the arbalest. Maybe we were talking about TaToH. But, well, the Viper really needs to get this castle with the trebuchets. It seems he's going to get that one at least. TaToH seems fine with dropping the one castle. The Viper losing quite a few units here, but he's just spamming more skirmishers for now. This trash is kind of all he can afford. What's going on in the south? Oh, he's chasing down some... Oh no, sorry, TaToH doesn't have arbalest either. What am I talking about? He's got crossbows. Chasing down those crossbows with the skirmishers, getting good value there. And, well, it's a trebuchet war at this point, and that's difficult to play against the Bohemians. You don't really want to get into these siege wars with. I'm just saying, it's a scary prospect. At least the Viper has a good amount of trebuchets up on the opponent, but he's really struggling with his skirmishers here in the east. The bombard cannons are being extremely threatening to these skirmishers. Elite skirm in at this point as well for TaToH, so you can match the trash with trash. Oh, it's tough, man. It's tough. The Viper doesn't have the last archer armor upgrade yet either, so the skirmishers are even better for TaToH. I like this spot a lot for the Bohemians. I expect him to win this castle war again, just like we saw in game 2. The Viper's castle in bad shape, and he doesn't have that much more stone left here. Oh boy. Skirmishers just barely holding the front here in the west right now, but it's not looking too great in the middle with the castles. The trebuchets all still alive for TaToH. Oh, what an awkward fight. It's so weird. But the castle war is finally over. The Viper loses his one, and that should do it. I don't see how he can take any more stone and gold in the middle. TaToH can just move forward now and clean up the middle. That should be it. I don't see how Viper can defend this area without the castle. Trebuchets are kind of free pickings, and look at the bombard cannons. They just go in and snipe everything. The Viper, bam, down goes another trap. And finally get some good trades back on the bombard. But man, this is an awkward spot for the Viper. I don't think he's gonna get this castle despite the 2 bombard cannons that he still got firing. Almost got it, but not quite enough. TaToH with a lot of stone that he can use to repair. And the Viper migrating with a ton of villagers at this point. But how can he protect his gold eco? You can't play Ethiopians without gold. That's not, you know, he did it with Koreans, but that's a different story. Oh, finally ring archer armor on the way, but the castle is almost full health. Well, it's just about half HP. Bombard cannon's not gonna be able to finish that off. Viper going for light cavalry now. It seems a bit late. What's the game plan now? Well, I'm not sure. I don't really see a way forward at this point when you're not able to hold the middle. And you're not able to raid either. Skirm fight. No ring archer armor yet for the Viper. Difficult fight to be taking. Finally gets that upgrade in. Although it doesn't matter, the ring archer armor, when you're fighting skirms against skirms, admittedly. In the north, well, Viper had a few skirmishes there, but it didn't really... I don't think it could have raided a lot. Castle is up for TaToH. And Viper has gone light cav, but he doesn't actually have any out on the map now. Obviously that would help against skirms, and also against the bombard cannons, I assume. Getting Wagenburg tactics, that's extra movement speed for gunpowder units, I think. Oh boy. It's just the full shitfest skirmisher fight. And is no. Why? What is this? I mean, we've got a siege tower. Okay. There's no walls for TaToH, but at least there's a siege tower. In case he walls. Yeah, that is a misclick for sure. What is this? It's just skirmisher fight galore. And the gunpowder for TaToH seems to be so oppressive. I mean, what do you do about this? Movement speed. It's 0.8 as opposed to the Viper's 0.7. I mean, he's still on gold somehow, but finally TaToH pushes him off. Viper needs to take this position back and try to solidify it, but it's so difficult to do that. Goes in with the light cav. He doesn't have a ton of them. His farming eco isn't that great. He only has 35 farmers. It's not enough for light cav spam when you're also trying to get skirmishers out. Some reason TaToH suicides 2 of his bombard cannons. That's not ideal. Yeah, Hoofnitze would be kind of a game ender for sure. I already think this is horrible for the Viper because the middle is so fragile. He barely is able to hold on to it. In the north, he's putting with trebuchets, so that's eating up a lot of attention and resources from TaToH trying to get this castle to stay up. But I wonder, even if this castle falls, does that accomplish a lot for the Viper? I'm not sure. He doesn't even have any relics either, so his gold income is really so fragile. There's the siege tower. Okay. It has 100 pierce armor, I guess. I guess it has 100 pierce armor, you know? It's kind of like a ram. It's kind of like a ram. Oh, what is this? It's actually like a ram. I never thought about it. I didn't know it had 100 pierce armor. It's just, don't mind it. It's just rolling through. It's still alive, by the way. 220 HP. I wish you could upgrade it so it got more HP or whatever. Or more movement speed. Castle's still alive. Only 1 trap remaining and it seems it's about to go down to this bombard cannon. Oh, just barely. The Viper, he needs more repairers, but he doesn't get it, and so the last trap also dies. Viper goes in with the skirmishes now. He's had enough. He needs to do damage. He wants to raid with skirms. The villager numbers are actually crazy. He's up 30 villagers. But TaToH has the army and the map positioning. So I don't think it is actually good for the Viper, despite the numbers being so good. Well, that's a problem. He's again gonna have to abandon the gold. He sends in the cavalry, but it's just too little to actually be able to take out the bombard cannons. He's annoying with the skirms, but also not a lot of villager kills coming from that. Siege engineers, yeah. Siege engineers are obviously a big game changer. Oh. Four bombard cannons in the north now. Can he finally take out this castle? Who knows? Who knows? He's got the extra range, right? Oh no, TaToH also has siege engineers. I didn't notice. Both players with siege engineers. Well, okay. I was just checking if Wagenburg Tactics gave that one range, but no, he must also have picked up siege engineers. For both players now. What a messy game. But how long can he stay on this goal? Look at how the bombard cannons are wrecking the villagers. Bam, the cannonballs, they're just... I don't see how Viper has held this position for so long. He's kind of been distracting TaToH in other spots, finally having taken out the North Castle. But all TaToH needs to do is take this area back. He doesn't need to care about the North as much, I don't think. Oh yeah, Hoofnitze on the way. 2 minutes-ish. Viper still with his regular light cavalry, with barely any upgrades on it. I don't know that does a lot against these skirmishers, and against the bombard cannons, not much more either for that matter. He's really gonna have trouble fighting the Hufnitze, for sure. And yeah, Hufnitze are amazing against siege onagers. So even if he goes for the torsion engine onager plan, at this point it's too late. Onagers can't do shit against bombard cannons. That's horrible matchup. Yeah, the Lycav has +2 armor. That's good against skirmishers, but well, these are fully upgraded elite skirmishers in Imp, so the upgrades for the Lycav is pretty lackluster. Trying to raid from the south now, I guess. There's an overchop. Just barely. Maybe he's able to get in there. But this is really desperate at this point, the Viper. He's trying to raid because he can't really hold this position anymore. And look at the Lycav. It's not even able to take out the Hufnitze at all. The Hufnitze is so mobile as well. And a lot of pierce armor, actually. This should be it for the Viper. He should be done at this point. He's able to get in here, okay, but this is the problem. I don't see him retaking this at all. Despite having stone, he can't drop a castle. He's just getting bombard cannon down if he ever tries to. He's got 60 on food now, yeah. I don't know for how long he's had these farm numbers, but yeah, I think he's selling a lot of it probably at the market, right? I mean, this should be it. TaToH should have done it again. Again, the Hufnitze just rule everything. Viper, sure, he got in with a little bit, but Castle does the job there for TaToH. Nah, he's got this. He's got this for sure. It's the military problem. Viper can't win this with just raids. Tries for the castle north. That's already quite desperate, because he knows the middle is really not castleable. And now TaToH has to withdraw a lot of units, brings the Hufnitze over to get the castle down up north. And surely Viper can't defend that. Oh, look at the range on these bombard cannons, man. Ooh! 3 go down! What a shot! 3 cannonballs take out 3 Hufnitze. What the hell? That was a massive shot, yeah. That was a massive value shot. But TaToH can just reproduce those. He's got the gold, right? So it's not as bad if he loses Hufnitze. Whereas if Viper loses these bombard cannons, he can't do anything about that. What a crazy game, man. This castle has already stayed up longer than I would have thought. Still only 2 relics. TaToH has 2 relics, Viper has 0. This game has been so not about relics. But imagine how much value a Viper would have gotten out of 1 or 2 relics by now already. Well, he's not been allowed to get them. And I mean, the middle, nothing has changed here at all. And TaToH moves in now. This should do it, right? The eco from the Viper gonna get completely rolled now. Finally, TaToH is going to be the one going on offense there. And oh, that shot! He is now the one to take down all the bombard cannons. That was the last one from the Viper. And the south is going to get raided to death here, it feels like. Although, Lycav come in. Forging! Hey, there we go. With Forging, the Lycav finally does damage a little bit. Ah. The arbalests though, the arbalests are big. You can't see them very well, but there's a bunch of arbalests in here, 10, 15 even. And they're deadly for these Lycav. Oh, nothing but trash is what Viper is making, and that's not the best army comp for Ethiopians. He's doing conscription now, okay. And this castle for TaToH, massive, allows Viper to no longer get into the middle, even if he could. Can't take any gold there. Hey, he's picked up the relic that was sitting there the entire time, but it's just gonna get flipped out. Surely that's it, right? I mean, surely? Bombard cannon. Handguard is coming in now for the Viper. Hey, all the upgrades. Okay, good trades. I mean, the bombard cannon here uphill, or downhill, I guess, can get really good shots in. So the castle is difficult for TaToH to put up. And as you said before, right, this trap on the hill gets a lot of control over the middle. He doesn't get, well, I guess he's on gold for now. Somehow he's got a few villagers back on the gold. And TaToH has to delete the castle. What a shit show. TaToH with 40 on gold, having so much trouble closing this out. I really don't know why it is so difficult to get control over this middle, but it seems to be so hard because of the hill. He's got another 2 bombard cannons out here, the Viper has. What am I looking at, the villager numbers? Have they changed a lot? I'm not sure they have. Or the military numbers. The military numbers is what you're saying, I guess. Yeah, I guess. TaToH is doing a switch now into infantry. Two-handers, I guess, are really good against skirms. And the bombard cannons, I guess he's just gonna raid him to death with infantry now. And Viper has nothing against that at all. He doesn't have arbalests, obviously, so he can't really handle that. So that's one way to try to end it. Oh, there is champions. Okay, he's going champions even. I don't think he even needs champs, because the two-handers are already so good against the skirms. And the light calf. But yeah, Viper has no way of stopping this without arbalests, and he can't get arbalests. He's queuing crossbows now, but he doesn't have any gold. The gold in the middle has kind of been cut off again already. So yeah, there's no chance to stabilize this. That's the thing, when you have all the gold as TaToH has, you can just go whatever army comp he wants. And Viper can't win this with skirmisher raids alone. Yeah, champions in there, and you need a ton of arbalests to be able to handle these champs. And the Viper just doesn't have any. He has 17 crossbows. I guess that's the best thing he has right now. But yeah, his villager number is below 100 at this point. This tech switch has completely wrecked him. Somehow he's still in the middle though. TaToH needs to use this time that he's bought himself to control the middle with something. But the Viper still has the bombard cannons here and is being very obnoxious with those, so TaToH not able to push that, but he's at least able to take a lot of eco out. That being said, I guess the crossbowmen hold up better than I thought. There's a relic just sitting here, by the way. Also interesting. Okay, good defense. This defense was much better than I would have thought. TaToH is looking for Viper's eco down south, I assume. And he's coming from all angles now with these champions. That's gonna give Viper a lot of trouble. Because he needs crossbowmen everywhere and he just doesn't have the gold to make a lot of them. Still, I like the idea to go for the champions here from TaToH. That does sound pretty good against what the Viper has shown. And again, he's able to get him off of this gold. Is that it? Is that the game ender? The champions? Or does the Viper feel like he can play on? Well, he fails to get these Hoofnitze, that is a big problem. And that should be his castle going down. That should be it, right? Right, at this point, I think we're there. Well, Viper can't even try any pushes right now because he's already being attacked by the champions in south and north. So one last push I don't think is even possible anymore. He's tried to snipe the Hoofnitze with the light cap, but that has failed as well. And so the castle goes down. And surely that's the game. That's gotta be it. Trades pretty well still with the bombard cannons against the Hoofnitze, but I mean, he's got the castle down, so he can't control the middle anymore whatsoever. And also his eco is super raidable at this point. He's 90 villagers and no gold. There's no way. Yep, that's it. 6-1 for TaToH. What is going on? He's not stopping. No matter what the Viper does and picks and chooses, it's just more of the same. 6-1 to the lead at this point. What a massive series. And the implications are pretty big here. TaToH has played really well in this tournament, but his results have been pretty bad. This series, he's getting good results so far. Would be a big win to end this tournament with a 2-2 score. And yeah, would do a lot for him. If the Viper wins the last game against Yo, because the Viper still has one set left to play. Let's say TaToH wins this one and the Viper wins then against Yo. In that case, we have Hera at the top, Winchester at the bottom, and then 3 players tied with 2-2. In that case, the game differential would count. And if TaToH wins this series convincingly, he could be in a position where he's got the best game differential out of these 3. Right now, I would favor Viper, because he's got the 11-10 loss against Hera. He's got a very convincing win against Winchester. So if he makes this series close at all, even if he loses it, even let's say he loses 11-8 against TaToH and then he beats Yo, even just with 11-10, I think in that case he should still take second place. Because he should have a better game differential than the other guys. Because the series against Winchester was just good. Amazing, actually. He just can't afford to get stomped here, is the problem. Even if he loses this one close, he should still be able to beat Yo and get second place by his own force. But yeah, of course he would have wanted to win this one, and it's looking really difficult at this point. It's still not impossible, by the way. Like, I definitely wouldn't put it past Viper to win this game, to win this series. But it's looking so difficult. Look at the civs that he's got left. That was Ethiopians. I mean, as I said before, right? He needs 10 wins. Let's check if we're in. No, we're not into the next one. We've got a bit of time here. Yeah. So he needs 10 wins, the Viper, to win this series. And I already theorized, right? He has all of his top 7 picks left still. If he wins 5 out of those 7, then he needs 5 more wins from the rest. And I feel like Japanese and Vikings and Turks are pretty good civs for specialized maps. So if he picks Japanese, Vikings, and Turks on some specialized maps, Japanese on a hybrid map, Vikings on a water map, Turks on a closed map, those 3 could be wins as well. So that would be 8 wins. And then he needs 2 more wins to steal, either on Goths, Franks, or Chinese or something like that. Or he needs even more than 5 wins out of his top 7. So if he's able to pick all of the wins up that he should pick up, and then 2 more steals, he could still win this series. The problems are just that TaToH, I mean, if Viper starts winning a bunch of games, it's TaToH who's able to pick the next maps. So he could even pick maps where Viper's good civs aren't usable. And then also the margin of error is so small at this point. 5 games down in this series is, I mean, I don't think we've seen anybody come back from a 5-point deficit. Maybe Mr. Yo against TaToH. Was that a 5-point deficit? Let's check. Let's check what the deficit was in that series. It was 6-4, 6-5, 7-5, 7-6, 8-6, 8-7, 9-7, 10. No, it was a 3-game lead. Was the best TaToH had in that series. And then he lost. But no, I don't think we've seen anybody come back from a 5-game deficit. At least, I don't even think we've seen anybody come back from a 4-game deficit. Yeah, no. Yo was ahead 5-2 against Hera and then lost. But what was Winchester against TaToH? No, that series was close all throughout, so yeah, this would be massive. Pretty difficult at this point. But again, it's possible. Both of these players are very streaky. They are able to lose or win a bunch of games in a row. So that's why I'm being still relatively optimistic for the Viper. And again, he doesn't even need to win the series outright. If he's able to make it close at all, he should still be able to win a 2nd place, which is pretty much everything he's playing for either way. He'd need a lot to go in his favor to still get 1st place right now. I can say that my prediction of 11-7 for Viper is no longer realistic. But yeah, he might still win. I've seen crazier shit. But at this point, TaToH surely favored by a good margin. There we go. Next game is on the way. Nomad as the map. What? Nomad, no Spanish. Spanish have been always picked. Just TaToH is such a hipster. He picks civs. He picks civs that are OP on one map, and then he doesn't choose them on that map. Same thing with the Cumans on Hideout. Now we're seeing Spanish not picked on Nomad. Okay, game 8 it is. TaToH up 6-1 convincingly against the Viper, who must win games now. There's no more pussyfooting around. And he's got Italians for Nomad here. Surely he was expecting to go up against Spanish, but no, it's the Koreans, which also are a really good civ for Nomad. Don't get me wrong. Really good. All the bonuses are amazing. And the best bonus, look at this vision. Look at the vision on the map for TaToH right now. And now compare this to the Viper's vision. It doesn't look as crazy, but it is crazy. Like, the vision that you get from the Korean villagers is so good. Oops. Okay. But yeah, for Viper, it's the Italians. Also a good Nomad civ. I mean, definitely, but it just felt like the Spanish have ruled this map so far. And TaToH being from Spain, not picking the Spanish here, what a hipster. Well, Italians still are good for the Viper. You get cheap fishing ships. I mentioned this in the cast for my tournament, the Newbie and the Beast, which you can also check out on my YouTube channel. I've mentioned that Italians really good on Nomad because the fishing ships are cheap and the age up is cheaper as well. So that early game eco is really as smooth as no other civ on this or on this map. TaToH with a massive score lead, mainly from scouting, I would imagine, because that's just where the Koreans shine. Italians, perfect blacksmith, all the gunpowder options, extremely versatile civ, and with a bunch of discounts but no direct eco bonus. So sometimes a bit difficult to get there. Whereas for the Koreans, a much different civ, but also very well suited for this map. Really good in terms of their ships and everything. Anna Gray, hello, first time chatter. Good to see you. Do I know you from Discord or anything? Just asking, because there's always a lot of new people from there coming in. But good to see you. Yeah, Korean's really good for Nomad, and because they've both really useful land and water bonuses, of obviously these warships being cheaper makes that feudal age water fight very convenient. And then the land bonuses. Free archer armor, free tower upgrades, all very useful for this map. And just cheaper archer in general. Useful bonus. I love my Korean archer play. But yeah. Okay, and then how did you find this stream? Did you just browse it on Twitch by chance? I'm just curious. How this happened. Well. Viper actually gets the better uptime here, which is not uncommon with the Italians. Koreans, for TaToH, able to keep up surprisingly well here, just about 10-15 seconds behind. Actually closer than I thought. Well, not bad. For TaToH, I think he's pretty happy with the spot that he's got himself in. 17 wills for Viper, 18 for TaToH, who hasn't picked up Loom actually. Interesting. Quite unusual Nomad, but I guess with a 9 villager start it's not as difficult. Well, what's the game plan gonna be? I assume both are gonna play extended feudal ages. I don't really see a fast castle here from either party. Yeah, this is the best game. Definitely. AOE2. It's been the most fun game I've played throughout all of my life. There's been phases where I've preferred other games, but no, this game is throughout my life the one I've probably enjoyed the most. I would say. Okay, let's see where the focus lies. Viper opens up with fire ship. TaToH opens up with tower. Viper sees this apparently, so he's reacting with the immediate counter tower. TaToH doesn't know that, but he knows now because the villagers come out. Oh boy. Well, that is not the best start to his tower play, I can't lie. Viper tries to box him in, doesn't quite work, so TaToH able to break out of there with the wills, but, well, he forced the tower out of the Viper, which isn't bad. By any means, he's already mining stone himself to get more towers up, and of course with the Koreans, the stone mining bonus is decent as well, so you're able to get a lot of value out of that. Viper himself in a good position though, because he's got the stone in TC range. So oftentimes when you're getting towered, you run out of stone because you didn't expect it, but Viper can just really get a stone underneath the TC. Got a pretty good location in that regard. Also has 2 extra fishing ships, which should help a lot because TaToH hasn't contested the water, at least not immediately. He's now making warships though. Just a little bit late to queue that up. And okay, he's gone for the tower behind the wood line. That's where he went. I somehow missed that. This is a bad idea though. I don't think that tower can go up. Yeah, he's gonna have to abandon it. Viper quick on the reactions here. But it's a difficult game to play to try to out-tower the Koreans. Especially once it gets to castle age, man. That can be real hard. Koreans so well suited to win these tower wars with the free tower upgrades and then also with the what is it? The Upsong, I think, the castle age unique tag. So yeah, it's tricky. But for now, all he just wants to do is protect the gold, I suppose. No, I just stream sometimes. I just stream when I can. It all really depends on my schedule with school and whatnot. I stream every day of this tournament, and then whenever other tournaments are going on that I'm interested in, or just sometimes on occasion when I have time, but not on a regular scheduled basis. Wheelbarrow to run down his wills. Wheelbarrow doesn't make your wills faster, does it? 0.88. Oh, it does! Who knew? I thought it just increased carry capacity. But wow, it does make them faster. I guess it makes sense because you've got wheels. You can sit you can sit in the wheelbarrow and then roll downhill. I'm not sure how that makes sense though, because I think if I am a villager, carrying a wheelbarrow, I'm slower than if I'm just walking by myself, but I mean, I guess, who knew? I didn't know, that's for sure. Water numbers pretty even. TaToH's kind of got more ships and still more queued up. Viper doesn't seem actually intent on going that ham on water, more trying to just get up to the next age. He doesn't have the buildings yet though. He needs the buildings here, and he's working on the stable. But yeah, he's got the rest, so he's definitely trying to just go up to the next age for now. Koreans with the cheaper warships coming in really handy in this battle for sure. Able to just get a couple of extra ones in without paying a lot for that. Alright, TaToH's eco pretty safe at this point, and Viper's eco now in trouble on the water. And now TaToH is adding more fishing ships that he's got the water prio, and Viper's investment of additional fishing ships from earlier is now gonna at least partially be destroyed. He's still not up. Now he's gonna be able to click up to the next age, but that was quite a lot of unnecessary delay because he didn't have the buildings up once again. So the timing could definitely have been better there. The Koreans not too far from being able to click up themselves here. That'll probably pretty fair. Yeah. Right. In terms of games I play the most, it's tough. I really don't play a lot of games these days. Probably I play AOE2 the most. I rarely play Civ 3 and rarely play League of Legends, but I just mostly watch games that I used to play. But yeah, no, I guess AOE I play the most because I play that with my friends and family semi-regularly, few days of the week. Rise of Nations, I mean, that is a bit of a pain. I'm still trying it out every now and then, but I haven't really gotten the hang of it, or I really haven't gotten in a position where I can say it feels fun to play. It just feels a bit awkward still. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll figure something out there, but it is weird. It does feel weird. Ah, there you go. You're trying to sell your work. You're trying to sell your work, custom designs, logo, emotes, and whatever. Nah, pretty sure I'm good on that. I did hire a couple people for that recently. Wasn't too happy with it overall, and I stopped investing on that end of my stream. Banners and stuff I'm not even interested in anyways. Emotes would have been interesting, but again, I've already commissioned that, so I don't need any of that currently. Alright, TaToH able to get a castle age pretty much at the same time. He's already got 300 stone. I really wonder where he takes this. He's now gotten the free tower upgrade, and I can see castles. I can see a castle, but I can also see him go more into towers. I really wonder what's viable here, because the Italians are now gonna bring their own kind of pressure forward. It's a bit... I'm a bit skeptical, yeah. Because the thing is, Italians are so flexible, so what is the obvious idea here for Viper? He's going monks, knights, I guess? And then what does TaToH do? I mean, his archers aren't great against that. Just gonna do pikes and monks himself. I don't know. Well, let's see. Koreans are always kind of awkward to fight with. Unless you can mass war wagons, and that's not really an option right here. This is pretty good positioning by the Viper. And he's got the ship upgrade, so he's getting a better trade than he should right here. But TaToH's numbers still outweighing. So the water fight is going amazing for the Koreans. For Viper, no fishing ships left. That's a big problem in the long run. His eco is just gonna fall behind in that front. And... well, he's pressuring on land relatively fine. He's got their own forward tower now, so he idles that wood line. The stone he can't really deny. So the next step, yeah, is the siege workshop to try and pressure the land more. Oh, we hear a conversion. Oh, okay, he's going for the conversion up north. Or for the push up north, I guess. Oh, I'm not sure I like this. He's just engaging the pikeman head on from above hill, I guess. The monk doing a lot of work here with the healing, actually. Not bad, but can he actually do damage? TaToH now with the defensive castle here. Not sure Viper can actually do a lot of damage here is the problem. That's the issue I kinda see. Can he actually do damage? Well, the knights, they're at least being annoying. Decent villager picks here. Loses that guy. Both players trying to expand with TCs now. That's not happening. TaToH? Oh boy. What is this? Oh boy. Well, at least it's so many villagers that it's hard for Viper to focus individual ones. The war wagon! He's just gonna get converted. What is... Oh no, how sad is this? He makes one war wagon and immediately gets converted. Oh man, how sad. Well, still. They're gonna both expand with one extra TC. Viper brings this mangonel to siege with. And surprisingly safe in terms of his eco. I really thought this would be going worse for him. Fletching is big though. That's what I was gonna say. Both players got some towers, but no fletching yet. TaToH now gets fletching, and this tower is getting a lot more annoying with that. Even able to range the TC now. And, well, Viper, Siege, Monk, and Knights. TaToH, he's got pikes. He's trying to get a few war wagons out, but mainly to raid, I suppose. Oh, it's a bit difficult. Because if they don't have big numbers, they're pretty easily threatened by monks or knights even. Viper now getting horse collar only. It's surprising how long he got by without that. Doesn't even have a ton of farms in general, despite his fishing eco being gone for some time already. Well, I like the fact that this is really open, nobody really walled, so it is messy and raiding is permanently possible. Yeah, good that Viper's paying some attention now and trying to take this tower out with the knights that he's got, because otherwise it denies so much eco space unnecessarily. That's a good choice there. Villager numbers are exactly even actually. Viper gets a 30C going now, or at least he's trying to. TaToH builds up more war wagons still, only fletching on those, and then the free archer armor upgrades of course. But look at us, that's the problem. The monks are so annoying. Really annoying suckers for these war wagons. Yeah, he's just gonna convert too. That's that. And I don't think that's a good trade for TaToH. The war wagon's pretty expensive actually. And loses 2. Sanctity now in for the Viper, so these conversions are gonna be even more likely to come in. Well, that's good. That was nice dodges there by TaToH. Mangan, and that, you know, I'm not sure. I think both these players are kinda unsure of how they want this game to proceed now. Viper doesn't seem to have an amazing idea of how to push this, and so he's just booming for now. TaToH, I feel, well, I don't think, well, TaToH might have an idea, but I think his idea is that he can't do anything right now, and so he's just kind of stabilizing, building up a bit, and I think he's really trying to get this going in Imp with gunpowder potentially, and then good skirmishers, and go from there. Maybe actually go into towers again. Because this map, it's so difficult to secure resources on the Korean towers. Really able to both secure and take away enemy resources with a relatively low investment. Well. I can't believe the Viper hasn't been raided in such a long time. I really think these war wagons, if he splits them up a bit, sends them out in groups of 3 or whatever, he's got Botkin in by now. So if he sends them out and just because Viper's eco is so exposed, he's got no walls, no castles, no anything really. I think raids could really be beneficial here. But maybe he just feels fine going to Imp or go into late game with even numbers in terms of eco and... well, is he gonna lose another one? Oh! Okay, he gets the monk just in time. Good castle position for the Viper also on the hill. Between his TCs, that secures a lot of space that TaToH can't really maneuver in anymore. And I'm not sure who this late game favors. I'm really not. Another conversion attempt. That's 4 monks by the Viper. Jesus, he's really going heavily into these monks and he's getting 2 conversions, but that's expensive. I mean, each monk 100 gold. Not cheap. And on the opposite here, it's TaToH bringing the aggression. Castle forward. Viper can't deny this at all. This is a bad turn of events for him. He loses a lot of monks here. It's cavalry too, and he's gonna get a castle planted in his face. This is gonna be difficult to handle for him. He could click up to Imp now, so I guess that's where he's looking to go. But is he even able to get there? I think he loses the entire map if he goes Imp, and he goes Imp. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to Imp. I think he's gonna lose the entire map with this, guys. There's still enough stone for TaToH left to do another tower or 2. Man, this is a bit... yeah, it feels a bit desperate, but I guess he feels he needs Imp to get rid of the castles and the towers. And he's gonna be an Imp far before TaToH, so TaToH, usually with the Koreans, I guess you can match the threat if you get a few bombard cannons out and whatnot, but... you can match the trebuchets, but he's not gonna get to bombard cannons in quite some time. So the question is, can he take enough of the map here before Viper gets Imp? Or is he just getting rolled by these trebuchets? Because Koreans suffer against trebs. It's so hard. So hard. They have bombard cannons and that's kind of it, right? The war wagons don't really do damage to traps. You could go light cav, I guess, but you really typically don't go into cavalry as the Koreans. Cannon galleons, right? I mean, that's the type of stuff you... turtle ships, I mean. But that's really not practical. So, can Viper sustain this, getting up to Imp here, not giving up too much in the process? If he can, could be difficult for TaToH. He's really got no answers for the traps. And it's also with Viper getting to Imp, his monks are finally gonna become useful. Block printing, man. With block printing, the monks are really, really good against the war wagons. Right now it's difficult because the range is so small, but Viper is up to Imp, cues the traps, cues block printing, exactly. That's what he needs right now. But as I said, the war wagon raids are potent and free armor upgrades. The Koreans so tanky. And finally, TaToH finds some places to raid. Now, can Viper take the map back with his trebuchets now? TaToH still nowhere near Imp. And the Viper block printing in, fletching about to come in. I wonder what he's getting fletching for. Is this just for the castles and towers, or is he actually gonna go into Genoese or into skirmishes, or what's the plan? I can't really see Genoese, but I guess he's going Genoese. Okay. Well, traps on the way. And TaToH has nothing against that. He's got rams! I guess I forgot about rams. You can use rams against traps. What is this? No shot this works. There's no way. Viper can... Nah, really? I guess the war wagons kill the villagers. Nah, this doesn't work. Viper takes back the map here, right? Right? Yeah, this looks really tough for TaToH. He can't get Imp, and his war wagons, I mean, they are no threat for the traps at all. I have no idea if Genoese have how the Genoese war wagon interaction goes. It's tough. I don't know how they work against cavalry archers. That's a problem as well, because war wagons are cavalry archers, so anything that applies to them should actually work. Oh boy. Oh boy. Big trade here. It looks good for the Viper, actually. I like this because he's... Yeah, he's got his monks behind. He's just converting units while TaToH trades against his own units. He brings the rams though, and that's still difficult for Viper to handle. The trebuchet is taking a lot of damage from these rams. Can he take them out? Oh, it's such a pain. But he's able to get there. TaToH could do another castle now, but really what he needs is Imp, I feel. I don't see how he wins these fights without Imp tech. He's raiding still with the war wagons, that is good. But... oh boy. 3 traps for the Viper now. 3 monks. That's kind of all he needs, right? With that, should be able to take out all these traps and castles. Or towers and castles. Is that the castle spot for TaToH? Well, let's see. Oh, this could die to the tower shot. Okay, luckily, didn't. Still got a really good raiding spot there, but finally seems Viper is able to clean that up. Ooh, that's a few villager picks in the north as well. Yeah, I mean... Viper is just taking the map, right? It's taken him quite a while to get these traps into position, I gotta say. But... yeah. He's got Bracer by now, so these Genoese, they actually do damage. And... yeah, he's getting more traps. Good job there. So that castle is also not gonna stay up for any time. It's not even doing anything, the castle there. It doesn't... it takes the tower and the TC. It doesn't even take the gold miners, really. So yeah, that should be it. Yeah, finally the Viper should be able to get another win here, right? Look at this investment. These are so expensive, these war wagons. They're so expensive. It's crazy. That's the Koreans though. Typical Koreans, obsessed with their luxury brands, paying twice the price for anything than they necessarily have to. And that's what it ends up with. You don't have any rest to go up to the next age, which he now tries to do. And your army isn't gonna be able to do shit anyways. Oh, now we even have chemistry on the way, so the Viper is going to be able to go gunpowder too. And all the castles are falling. Viper at this point almost has as many war wagons as TaToH has. 3 minutes to Imp. Nah, there's no way. There's no way. Surely this is it. But, I mean, Viper made TaToH sweat for these wins on Arena and on Golden Pit. He wouldn't GG for ages. So let's see if TaToH pays him back that favor. Another war wagon trade, but there come the Genoese, so TaToH disengages. Viper forgot about the trebuchet here. perhaps. Oh, the Genoese raid. How did these guys get here? But they're just getting grilled. Oh, that was weird. Did he transport those or whatever? I'm not even sure how he got there. Maybe he just walked all the way around in the north. Could be. Switches into cavalry now, the Viper. Light cav. I wonder what they I guess against skirms, right? You go in Genoese. TaToH goes skirms. So you go light cav. I guess that's the theory. Again, the Italians perfect blacksmiths, so they can go scale barding here. And, oh no, sorry, plate barding. And just be fine against the skirms. And that's what I said, man. With block printing, the war wagons much harder time against the monks. Completely different situation than in Castle Age. I mean, the skirms are still getting good shots in on the war wagons and the Genoese, so it's still a pretty decent fight for TaToH. He's up to Imp now, he loses that castle. Yeah, that is his last castle. That sucks. Yeah, no, he's not even gonna get to chemistry at this point. Well, I guess he just buys it. Never mind, I guess he just buys it. Castle in his face though, and he's getting pushed all the way off the map, man. That was a close fight, I gotta say. It looked scary for Viper at times, but it was in fact a good choice to go Imp when he did. I would have gotten scared and cancelled the Imp or done more military, but nah. He's able to win it. Stops the 4-game winning streak of TaToH. And that is game 8 done. Finally, Viper able to pick up another win. And each one of these wins could count in the battle for second place. Keep in mind that's still very much up in the air. 3 players in the running for that. Now the situation: loss on the Koreans, win on the Italians. Viper gets his first win on the top row civs. As I said, he needs 5 or 6 wins with the top row civs, and then wins on Japanese, Vikings, Turks, and then one more win somewhere. That is the way he could win the series, but it's so difficult. TaToH now is the one who gets to choose a map again. And the first time he chose a map, it was Arena, and it went really well. Well, yeah, you can always question then why didn't he go Spanish? Especially since he picks them so fucking early. Nobody picks Spanish this early, man. Is there another great Spanish map in this pool? Well, for the map pool, Viper wins game 8 on Nomad. Where is Nomad? Here. Oh yeah, you have African clearing. Right, African clearing is just as good of a map for Spanish, I guess, right? So, not a bad choice to go Koreans. So you have 2 Koreans is an S tier civ for Nomad as well. So I think it was a good choice if you're saving Spanish for that. You could call that a steal, but I guess you only have that checked off as a win because you're expecting Spanish. He could still get a Spanish win on another map, right? Spanish literally in a category of its own. I don't think it's as big on 9 villager start. I don't think the thing is as big there. And the RNG component on Nomad, the spawn luck, I feel, is much bigger than on African clearing. So I don't think it's bad to save them for African clearing. I just forgot that we had another Nomad map in here. So, oh yeah, I didn't put in the loss on the Spanish. But yeah, the win on the Italians. Okay, now. Oh no, there was no loss on the Spanish. I'm the idiot. It's the loss on the Koreans. Never mind, I got everything. Mongols good on African clearing? I don't know where he's playing Mongols. I mean, I guess they're okay there, but you typically want to play them on extra hunt maps, but Yucatan is the only extra hunt map that's left, and Viper suspected that TaToH would go Britons on Yucatan. Maybe he's going Mongols there after all, but we'll see. That said, Runestones is the next map. Runestones chosen by TaToH. What are we getting there? Maybe Meso for Viper against Lithuanians for TaToH? Meso against Lithuanians. Sounds a bit iffy. I don't really like playing those matchups. Let's see what they're gonna pull out. Okay. So that is... Oops, I didn't update my stat sheet after these last few games. Oh boy. So we're at 2 and 6 now. Runestone's the next map. Golden Pit we have seen, that was a win for TaToH. Meadow was a win for TaToH. And yeah, I think that's all of them I've caught up. Good, we're in game. There we go, Runestones is the map. And it is Meso, but it's not Lithuanians, it's Burgundians for TaToH. Let's see how that one works out. Runestones for game 9. Oh, did they cancel it? No, I just had an error code. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Just a random error. Mediterranean civs. We've got Mesoamerican and then we've got Mediterranean, I guess, as a class. I didn't know about that. Alright, there we go. Game 9. There's only 2 games left today. Viper on the Maya here for the Runestones. I think it's a pretty good map for him. I'm surprised TaToH was picking that. But the last time, this is only the second time TaToH picks a map, obviously. But the last time TaToH picked a map, he looked great with the strategy that he had prepared. We'll see if he can do the same here with Viper on such a high tier civ as the Mayans. Amazing civ, you have a good early game, eco lead with the extra villager. You get your resources lasting longer, so just more res on the map for you. And you have an archer discount, so that's pretty straightforward civ with a lot of advantages. A perfect blacksmith, so your infantry and your archers are amazing. Although you don't get stable units, of course, so that's the drawback. No gunpowder either, but yeah, infantry and archers amazing for the Maya. And that's kind of all you need, because, yeah, what counters infantry and archers? Nothing really. I guess mangonels. I guess Mayans have a big problem against onagers or siege onagers. That is kind of their biggest counter, but even then, Eagle's pretty good against siege. Yeah, 9 villagers start, you don't go straight for Loom, yep. That's the difference. Yeah, that's right. Eldorado Eagles in the late are insane, and as all Meso civs, the Mayans have a Castle Age unique tech for skirmishers, which also makes them amazing against enemy archers. Burgundians for TaToH, though, not really gonna go into archers, I don't think. They're just a full-on cavalry civ. Last night I got fucking memed by a Burgundians player that opened with Cavaliers and Castle Age, and anytime that happens it's just GG. I don't know, it's just so ridiculous, that shit. But yeah, Castle Age Cavalier is not all they have. They've got an amazing ecos. Typically they're played on more closed maps. Oh, was there a lame actually? I didn't see that. But yeah, he has a boar left, the Viper here. He has a boar left on his own. So he very well might have lured one. Yeah, this is definitely a lame. Okay, good catch, as I was going through the Civ overview. That was a lame. That's big. I mean, already hitting the Burgundians who just want to scale up, and they are kind of strapped for res in the early game when they want to get all their eco upgrades in. So that hurts for sure. All the eco upgrades are an age earlier, a little bit cheaper, but still expensive, obviously, in your Dark Age eco to get these eco upgrades in there. So the Boar Steel will hurt. And yeah, Coutelier, one of the best unique units. Pro players love to go those immediately when possible. And yeah, Gunpowder really good as well for the Burgundians. So they are amazing, especially in late game. But it's tough to get there. Yeah, it was such an unfortunate location. The Boar is so far in front that it was difficult to stop that lane. Viper, he's going for the French brush. 2 militia forward to try and keep the opponent open. That's typically what you do. And it's gonna succeed here for now. At least he's gonna be able to attack, but maybe TaToH is gonna be able to keep it, to get the wall complete. We'll see. Right now he's still completing the walls in the east, and the Viper up with 19 wills, TaToH on 20, with Loom already in. Viper, I'm not sure he even has Loom yet. Yeah, he has, okay. But yeah, he's just up a little bit earlier. And so he's able to annoy here. TaToH just gonna close this off with barracks. And this is a bit awkward because he needs these barracks to complete. Because he needs the archery range to kill the militia. But yeah, this is super annoying, man. What is this? Ugh. I'm not sure that was the play for TaToH. But yeah, he gets it. Slowly but surely he gets the militia whittled down. And there we go. TaToH gets the walls up. Pretty spacious walls as well. Like, look at all of this space that he's got. Sadly for him, not a lot of resources in these walls. Just the main gold and the main stone. But the main gold is quite lucrative. There's 5,600 gold in here. That should be able to sustain him through Castle Age. And then, yeah, he's gonna be able to migrate outward. This map with the resources super far spread out. Typically, we see a lot of castles there to secure extra res. And early castle is something that the Burgundians like to go for naturally, because obviously they want to go Coutelier in Castle Age oftentimes. Yeah, the map is decent for TaToH, but I guess, yeah, he's gonna need to secure the res. And for the Viper, I mean, it's the Mayans. If you're right, I mean, the Burgundians, sure, they got amazing eco, they're gonna be able to get to late game and all of that. And they've got an amazing relic bonus too, right? You're wondering if Viper should just fast castle after this. Well, he could. He could, I guess. I wonder though if that's great. Again, it's tough, right? Because the Burgundians, even if they're not FCing, their eco is gonna be extremely good in feudal. So maybe you just need to do damage there, but I guess in theory you're right? I mean, TaToH is fully walled, he's a bit behind on the build. You force the archery range as well, which is less than ideal. I guess you could try to FC here, but it's a bit much. Typically we don't see that, such hard a pivot. I'm not sure, yeah. Well, now he sees the archery range at least. So, yeah, won't go forward with those archers. At least for some time. He'll need some eagles to take care of the skirms. Or he just takes it easy with the archer aggression. I mean, we'll see. His resources look really good. He could go to Castle Age relatively fast. Even if it's not a straight FC or anything. All he needs is the blacksmith. And then you can almost already click up. So yeah, from the Viper's perspective, I don't think he minds playing a short feudal. The feudal army doesn't do a lot, but it forces the opponent to also do some army, and you can upgrade the archers in Castle Age. And that's always big when you're archer. When you're looking to go crossbow, just FC into cold crossbow feels a bit weird oftentimes, because you're so vulnerable and then it takes time to get your army out. Whereas if you're doing a slower castle but still a short feudal age, you're able to get up with a lot of archers, and you have the map control, or at least you force the opponent to invest a little bit as well. That's why it's typically the standard play. Yeah, he's forced fletching without getting fletching himself. Yeah, and obviously he wants fletching himself as well, but he's gonna be able to pick it up now on the way to Castle Age. Yeah, I don't know. And the thing is, I'm not even sure how worried I am with the Mayans going into late game against the Burgundians. Because as long as I'm imp first, I feel like I'm fine with Mayan halberdiers and eagles or arbalests, depending on what the opponent makes. I mean, it doesn't feel too bad. You just can't be behind early in imp, otherwise the paladins completely wreck you. But hey, TaToH now up to Castle Age. Well, hasn't sold his stone actually. He's now stone walling. He's stone walling behind this. Typical Burgundian gameplay, man. And he's gonna hit Castle in 30 seconds. He's gonna get that crossbow botkin with 12 archers on the map already. And he's gonna bring the siege workshop just like you suggested. So those stone walls. I mean, he can't stonewall everything, right? He can't turn this into arena. So not sure how far this is gonna take him. Eagles, as we said, really good against these skirms. Yeah, he got the armor upgrades, but they still are just gonna get shredded by the Eagles. It's just how it goes. 10 seconds to botkin crossbow. Avoid taking shots now, the Viper. It's much easier to play this from range when you have the botkin. And there go all the skirms. Yep. There we go. 7 attacks, 7 range, crossbowman. Not a bad start, for sure. I think he's fine in the spot that he's in. He's adding the second TC immediately. Third TC up north. This is classic the Viper with the Mayans, man. I've seen this game a million times. Gets a small villager lead, small military lead. Pressures forward, doesn't go full into army, but instead booms behind it. The opponent takes the map, but Viper is too far ahead in terms of villagers, outlasts the push, and then takes the game. That's the game I've seen a million times. We'll see if he's able to replicate here. This is a awkward TC location. He's gonna lose villagers. Let's see. Oh, no ballistics. No ballistics, so the villagers actually don't die fast. Well, how much did he lose here? 5 villager kills for the Viper in total. That's just what he was looking for here. That's completely fine. He's up 7 wills now. He's got 3 TC boom going. That's what the Viper has patented. He didn't even bring a workshop. No, he's just going for the Viper play. You know, I thought he was going to do a hard push with his botkin crossbow, but no, it's actually just vintage the Viper, if you will. Workshop forced out of TaToH though, and the Viper doesn't even want to do anything more. He just wants to boom. 3rd TC as well for TaToH, but again, that's so harassable, that TC. You can mangonel that TC from outside of your outside of your base. Awkward TC, and what TaToH really wants is he wants this stone. He wants a castle. Coustelier, or at least a castle to protect his additional stone or gold that he will need. But he can't take any stone, because the crossbows just completely zone him away from that. Yeah, it's a beautiful start. Eco-wise, he's in a great shape, and yeah, he hasn't even invested a lot into this push. He's now taking the relics. How many relics are on this map? 5, right? Graveyards is the map with additional relics. Yeah, 5 relics on this map. I was gonna say Burgundians have a great relic bonus, but this isn't Graveyards, this is Runestones. Yeah, no, he's not making more extra ball. This is what I was talking about. It's just I've seen this so often. Because everybody pushes here. Everybody brings the Siege Monk forward and goes for 2 TCs at home or yeah, University, whatever. The Viper doesn't even care. He's not even getting ballistics here. Which he would need if TaToH went into Coustelier or into Knights. Oh, that was a great shot for TaToH. Mangonel. That was a smack to the face. But not a lot actually going down. What the fuck is this greedy gameplay from both players? When you know the opponent is doing this, then it's not greedy, right? That's like in Modern. If I go into Modern Ceton, and in the lobby there's Ironclad, Suede, Pug, and Cheese, then I know there's no point even, you know, there's like, I know that's, and Obi, right? If that's my lobby, then I know everybody is just gonna settler pump, and there's not gonna be a military unit on the map until turn 40. So why even do anything, right? That's the thing. And that's the same way they just read the game. That's their read on the game. Viper goes for the forward castle. Okay. That's interesting. I wonder why. I wonder if it's not better to just secure resources with your castle at this point, unless he feels like he can... I thought he was planning for the long game, right? He went into the boom, he didn't make more military. I thought he was going for the long game. And if he's going for the long game, I think it's always better to just secure extra resources, wall up, get castles on the gold. But instead he's forward castling, which would indicate trying to not even allow this game to get into a long game, not even allow TaToH to expand out. He's actually just trying to not end him immediately, but at least kind of keep him contained and end him with a long, slow push. The castle is in his face now, and that TC is getting shot, the woodline is being idled. The Viper just gonna take a rest around his base now, and picks up all these relics from the sides. Oh wow, is he gonna get that one? No shot, right? No shot he gets this one. I mean, that's just so... The audacity on that one, I mean, you're just literally picking it up. That's like taking a delivered meal from your neighbor's doorstep. I mean, sure, you can go for it if the neighbor hasn't picked it up yet, but I mean, it's technically his, you know. Oh boy. Mangonel gets the snipe, but loses one Cavalier to the conversions. Cavalier is so OP in Castle Age. Look at that, 120 HP and 3 pierce armor. They're taking what? 4 damage per hit? 4 damage per hit. And they've got 120 HP. That's a bit difficult. Viper going imp, yeah. Typically when you forward castle like this, it is a sign that you're looking to go imp and start trapping the enemy. Otherwise, why forward castle? Unless you're really securing res or denying res from the opponent, but that's not really what Viper's castle is doing. It's got that Cavalier, that's right. That's actually good for the long haul. He should heal that up. Ooh, we're hearing Woolulu sounds. Alright, but that's it, right? In Castle Age, monks can't really... It's tough against cavalry. They can just run out of range, more often than not. 4 relics in the bag for Viper. He didn't get the one from the opponent's doorstep. Well, that's fair enough. And Imp on the way. He's going into Plumes now, which I love. It's one of my favorite units to play, and yeah, I mean, they're just so satisfying. Down south, I mean, this is the same thing. It was so audacious. Gets forced off of this gold with the Cavalier. Eagles against Cavalier in Castle Age, not a battle you can win. I already don't like playing Eagles against Knights in Castle Age. But against Cavalier, it's just, yeah, you're just getting completely thrown in the meat grinder. You like the game plan from Viper? Well, I'm not sure I love it. He's putting pressure, but and now he's just spamming castles everywhere. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. These castles, right? This is what I was talking about with the Viper. This castle was surprising to me. This is an adaptation. Vintage, the Viper would not place this castle. It's about to get Imp, and then there we go with traps. When TaToH gets to Imp, though, his gunpowder is going to be very effective. Well, his bombard cannons. Hand cannoneers not as much, unless Viper switches into Eagles. Hand cannoneer is one of the rare things that actually are really good against Eagles in late game. Yeah, for sure. You're forcing TaToH to go Imp before he would really want to go Imp, because he's not going to be able to afford Paladin now. And Viper. How cheap can you be? You've got 1,000,000 castles and you're palisade walling this? Come on. That's just cheap. And he is going... Nah. He's doing this for helps, right? He's not doing Eagles. For sure he's doing helps. He can't do Eagles at this point. Okay, it's just pikes. And there we go! TaToH too far behind. Didn't think he would GG this fast, but yeah. Too far behind, can't defend the traps. Viper's got everything under control. Raid didn't work. TaToH calls it. That was a quick one. Quick and painless. And there's only one more game today. So the day is nearing its close. 6-3. All of a sudden the score not as bad anymore. We've seen 7-3 before. We've seen 6-4. I don't think we've seen 8-2 after day one. So Viper gonna be happy to have avoided that. Oh, his Imp TC was being threatened. Yeah, that, I mean, in that case, it's yeah. Hideout. Hideout as the last map for today. That was a quick pick. Looks like they're looking to get this over with. So I'm gonna update the drafts real quick. A loss on the Burgundians. A win on the Mayans. Viper now picking up these wins on the top row that are so crucial. And a win for Viper in game 9 on Runestones. There we go, updating the stats page 2. Runestones, a win for the Viper. And Hideout being chosen as the next map. This map has been played twice between Viper and TaToH in previous tournaments, and the Viper has won both times on Hideout against TaToH. Both these players have played Hideout once before in this tournament. And no, that's fake news. I just got the stats wrong because I know Viper lost on Hideout against Hera. Wow, I just got that wrong in my stats. Viper definitely lost against Hera. That was the last game of the series. Yeah, I don't know what I was smoking there. Okay. Hideout. Exactly, yeah. So both players have played this map once. TaToH won his Hideout game. The Viper lost his Hideout game. Let's see if it goes different this time around. And we have no humans on Hideout for the first time in a while. Obacht. Why Obacht? I haven't done anything. Okay, so Hideout. Last game of the day. TaToH looking to close out the first day strong with a 7-3 lead. Would be commanding. Viper looking to make it close 6-4. Everything would be open again if he were to get that. But I expect TaToH to have a strong game plan here because he knowingly didn't pick the humans on this map. Maybe he just thought they were even more OP on Arena. But still, this is an interesting matchup all of a sudden. Perks for the Viper. We don't smoke. Okay, my apologies. I'm not smoking. That was not what I was trying to say. Turks for the Viper, great on closed maps. I mean, when they get to their castle age, the Janissaries, they are just a menace. But TaToH's Bengalis is a Sith that we've also seen on this map before in this tourney. And I think they were pretty good as well. But yeah, Turks just seem pretty strong. Let's see. What they like to do typically is just gunpowder. Because they're so weird. They're so weird. They have a perfect blacksmith, so you would think they are flexible. But they have shit trash. They have no skirms, no pikes. Or no elite skirms, I guess. So they have regular skirms only. And no pikes. And no paladins. So Their blacksmith might be perfect, but their options are still super limited. They really just want to go gunpowder and light cav. That is where they are good as well. Pierce armor on that light cavalry line is good, and then the free light cav upgrades is definitely good. So yeah, the Viper with a good civ selection here. But maybe if the Bengalis can find an army comp that Turks don't have answers to, because they don't have a lot of units, maybe TaToH can do something here. Bengalis, amazing monks, we've seen them on migration a lot. I don't think migration was in the map draft for this best of 21, however. Well, this time around on hideout again. Elephants might be good, but we haven't really seen them out of Bengalis. But, well, yeah, the naval bonus is also irrelevant here. So what is relevant? I guess the 2 villagers they get whenever they age up is decent. So that's a small eco boost that the Turks don't have. Well, they have their gold bonus, so that's probably at least as good. And the Ratha UU is flexible raiding unit that, well, I'm not sure the Turks are so scared about. But, yeah, what else do the Bengalis have? What do they typically do that the Turks would struggle against? I mean, they're not a classic archer civ, so that is something that the Turks don't really perform too great against. Full archer play. But, yeah, I don't see an obvious way to win for the Bengalis. You see, they also no gunpowder, no battering ram. I have to emphasize this every time, because I think it's so criminal that a civ in AOE2 wouldn't get a battering ram, but, I mean, whatever. Actually, I'll open the curtains. Maybe some light. No, it's completely dark outside already. We're just gonna have a dark cam. It is what it is. Oh, at least my face is back. Would you look at that? Okay, civ overview of the screen. Bengalis going fast castle. Turks going up with 20 villagers, pretty regular build. Let's see what the Viper is trying to do here. He's up with 20 vills, but he's not making a barracks. What is the game plan? What is the actual game plan here? This is a bit confusing. Maybe this is just a straight castle, but not a fast... I mean, maybe he's straight castling, but not with a typical FC build to make the opponent think that he's going for something in Feudal Age. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the game plan is there. Because TaToH is definitely just going for a straight fast castle build. 24 wills, Feudal, gonna go up on 26 to Castle Age. Because yeah, if you're doing FC, then it's objectively best to go up with like 23 villagers and go straight into Castle Age. It's objectively the fastest way to go FC, but maybe the fastest isn't what he wants. Maybe he wants to hide his straight castle. That's what it looks like. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he was trying to go full Feudal Age, or just regular Feudal Age, but he saw that TaToH was going FC, right? He saw TaToH wasn't clicking up, and thus he thought, okay, screw the barracks, I'm not doing barracks, I'm just gonna try to follow the FC. That's what I think is most likely. He was expecting TaToH to play Feudal Age, and then he went, yeah, when he saw TaToH was FCing, he probably decided to just FC himself as well. Is what I would assume. Okay, well, I did cover the stats for this one, so that I don't need anymore. Okay, so that's gonna be good for TaToH. He's gonna be up to Castle Age, 28 wills as I said. Well, actually, I thought it was 26, whatever. He's still up relatively fast, and Viper's gonna be a bit behind, so I think the early game here going pretty well for TaToH already. It's gonna be getting up before the Viper. The question is, what is the game plan gonna be? What is Viper trying to do in his Castle Age? Are we just gonna see triple TC booms? Are we gonna see a castle drop? Turk Janissary push? Or what is up? There we go. Viper on the way. About a minute behind. So TaToH, I guess, kind of has the agency here. With the timing, I think he's just gonna do TCs. Maybe he just wanted horse color before he put down farms. That's it, yeah. That's it. The most important part of every FC build is having horse color before clicking up. Yeah, no, he definitely didn't intend on FCing, but he followed still relatively well, just one villager later with what did he do? Loom? No, he doesn't have Loom. Why is he only one villager behind? Oh, because TaToH got 2 free wills. Yeah, TaToH got 2 free wills from Feudal. So he did go straight up with 26 wills. He just got 2 free ones from aging up. My bad. Okay. So, TaToH up to Castle Age. He's got 30 wills now, thanks to his Civ bonus. He's doing Monastery out of the gate. Okay. Well, probably because of this, he spotted the Viper's stable on the side. He's apparently gonna go light cap. And what next to that? What's he gonna do with the light cap? Yeah, I mean, no, obviously he did farms after horse color. That's fine. I'm just saying that wasn't his game plan. There's no way. You're not delaying your castle age for 1 minute just because you want 5 farms with horse color. I don't think the maths checks out on that. Alright. Good for TaToH. He's got the monk prepared. He's gonna get that light. I guess he's not gonna get it. But at least he's keeping his scout alive. And Viper with his stable free light cav upgrade as mentioned. Brings the siege workshop forward. And a monastery probably as soon as he can afford it, I would guess. Although, does he need one? I guess he doesn't, because there's no knights for TaToH. So I guess you don't need the monk alongside your siege. I just wonder, what do you do again? I guess for now you don't need a monk. So actually, he's being quite efficient with it. Mangonel up, and he's trying to push in. Light cav, pretty potent in Castle Age here, while everybody is still trying to get upgrades from Feudal Age. Yeah, this is kind of like Arena with more steps, I agree. And that is how the pros oftentimes play it. Although the Arena game was also really interesting. The Arena was not a meta Arena game. Definitely recommend watching that. Although you can stop watching 20 minutes before the end because it's obvious that, yeah, TaToH wins. But it's an amazing early game, for sure. This is definitely a more typical Arena game than the actual Arena game they played today. TaToH goes Redemption. Okay. I mean, Bengali monks, right? We said this. They've got a perfect monastery, minus the elephant tech. And their monks are tanky as shit. So that it's just not balanced. Fuck those monks. He's gonna get that out, and he's gonna be able to convert those mangonels. And Viper, I guess he's just really investing minimally into this push. Okay. Loses the mango, though. Gets the monk. Ideally, he should have deleted that. Ooh. Oh. Does he get it? He doesn't. Wow, that's unfortunate. And Viper really investing barely anything. He invested 4 scouts is what he made, and a mangonel. While putting up 3 TCs. So villager-wise, he's pretty much on par. Yeah, he didn't know the redemption, I guess. Yeah, he didn't realize it was the mangonel that was being converted. But I think he could have guessed that when he saw the monk converting. I feel like he knew what was coming. Alright. Gets the villager kill, but yeah, haven't given over that mangonel. Definitely sucks, accelerates the process of him losing his forward. 4th TC on the way for TaToH. Same for the Viper. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is just Arena. You weren't wrong. And yeah, redemption was really good here, but you gotta, I mean, it costs 475 gold. So basically that redemption tag alone costs more than all the units that a Viper made for this push. Yeah, Viper, I mean, I guess he knowingly invested very little in this push. Ooh, redemption though. I guess that's the value you get out of redemption. Viper deletes the stables here. Not a bad play, probably, yeah. And TaToH just gonna bring the forward siege workshop. Okay, now he's gonna try to push in here against the Turks, who still are pretty far away from being able to make a castle. No castle yet. We could really use one. Be like... what he's looking for, but yeah, the Light Cav struggling hard to kill these monks. 45 HP, 3 armor. Quite painful one. And TaToH has already got 2 relics. There's 3 more left on the map. Viper not able to pick up any of them so far. Cav archers. Okay. I mean, that's underrated, I guess, the Turk Cav archers. You see those more often than you might expect. What is the bonus again? What is the bonus again? Sipahi, cavalry archers plus 20 HP, that's the one, yeah. So they have a small bonus there. I always forget which one. Extra HP if you research it, not terrible. Let's see how well this works out. Well, it's tough to kill anything with it. He now gets Botkin, but no ballistics yet. So yeah, it's working hard to get any kills with that. It's rough here. He's gonna get one converted. And yeah, works away at the pikeman. It's tough fighting here. It's not easy against these pikes and the mangonel. You're gonna need a lot more cavs to comfortably win these, but he's just microing it out. And he did deny the siege workshop, which is big. If he can kill this villager, then that siege workshop is kind of deleted for good. Okay, so he cleans that up. That is a big win with his cav archers. Luckily, he had some military even before making a castle, which he's gonna try to do immediately, I assume. Just here could be a good option if he's able to hold on the position. Where's the castle gonna go for the Viper? I mean, he's got 800 stone. You need to drop it. Drop the ego and drop the castle. Stone walls, let's go. Let's go, we're getting arena. Scout taken out. No raiding here, both players 4 TC, pretty much the same villager numbers. Viper getting his shit converted. I mean, that's just such bullshit. Converting buildings, who thought of that shit? There he goes with the houses. Scorpions now obviously hurtful for these cav archers. Look at them, no archer on them, 0-0. No armor on them, sorry. Ballistics are finally about to come in, you really need that to do anything. Oh, what a beautiful castle! Wow, I probably see this every time, but I didn't remember it looking this good. Really good one. And Ratha's coming out, let's go! Man, we're getting a fun game here. Free housing, I guess you could call it that. Oh, Viper's trying to castle here. He's trying to castle this hill. But there's pikemen, so that's going to be a difficult castle. I guess you can just kill them with the villagers. How awkward is this? Is this gonna go up? I guess it is. TaToH doesn't really have anything to stop it. Interesting choice to castle there. But I guess he feels like he doesn't need it to secure any resources. He just wants it for pressure. And to control that choke point over there. Ballistics, Botkin on the way. These Rathas getting upgraded. He wants to use them as ranged units. I'm not sure how they interact with cavalry archers, bonus damage wise. Oh yeah, you did see that correctly. He is going in off of that castle. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? You're trying to get to gunpowder with your Turks. Man, the Rathas, they look really good. In ranged mode as well, yeah. It's just a really pretty unit. I'm not sure how much they do here. But I guess it's his best kind of ranged unit. As I said, right, Turks not amazing against archer civs. But I'm not sure if Ratha spam counts as an archer civ. Oh, either way, TaToH now with a village elite. Viper heading to Imp. He's opened up that stone wall already. Conversions? None actually coming through. I mean, the monks are going to be a terror. We saw this on all these migration games, right? These Bengali monks are amazing against gunpowder civs. So let's see if Viper may struggle here with his Imp push. Dives in on the monks, finally getting some good picks there. Imp on the way for TaToH as well. He's about 2 minutes behind. He's got a castle at home as well. But yeah, if Viper brings that gunpowder, is that going to be a problem for TaToH? Ratha should be able to shoot while moving. I mean, that would be really cool. I would really love. The thing is that's probably too OP. Like, that's the thing with Mangodai, right? Mangodai were way too OP because they had 0 attack animation. Then they nerfed it, so I think they have 0.1 second attack animation now or whatever. But already 0 attack animation was too OP and they had to stand still to fire. For a split second at least. So I'm not sure if a unit with actually shooting while moving would be balanceable. But who knows? Maybe they'll be able to make it work someday. Another nice looking castle here, and that one actually fills up the entire choke point. Oh, Viper in with the cav archers. I didn't see him break in there in the south. But neither did TaToH, I assume, because he's getting raided. And he's got no answers for this whatsoever. Look at these villagers just dropping. Now he realizes, garrisons them. Still a decent villager number for him. He's about to get to Imp as well. I'm not sure Viper actually picked up chemistry. He did, right? Yeah, there he goes. Excuse me. Bombard cannons on the way for the Viper. And oh no, it's free! It's free for the Turks. I'm the idiot again. You can see I don't play Turks. He brought a trebuchet too, but he's falling back with it now, interestingly. I wonder why. Bracer coming in for TaToH, further trying to commit to these Rathas. I mean, don't look at me like that. Turks are boring as Civ. Gunpowder is like the most boring unit type in the game. I don't know. I mean, for real. I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that criticism. Not having played Turks is a compliment to me. Alright, the Rathas trying to get this... oh, they're gonna go in melee mode. Look at it. Bam! Wow, what a flexible unit. How amazing is that? You can just go melee. And then bam, the trap is squishy as fuck. Which castle is that? You mean that one? Yeah. The one in the south? No, because the Ratha were there. But this one he won't be able to hold. And yeah, Viper is controlling a bit more than 50% of the map here. Does he have enough to push into this? I feel like the monks could really be his downfall, but I haven't seen TaToH research a lot of monastery techs yet. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's got all of the block printing, sanctity, everything. Oh no, sanctity obviously has. What's the other ones? Theocracy and illumination. I don't think he's got all those. Oh boy. Viper replacing that castle with one of his in exact same spot. Nice. It's the Mediterranean Viper, right? The Mediterranean civs. That's probably why he's performing so good here. full cavalry archers, few gunpowder behind. So far TaToH can't answer that. What does he have against bombard cannons? He needs monks. He's going full Ratha, but I feel like monks is... Oh yeah, there he goes. Oh yeah, he does have block printing, definitely. Okay, I didn't see him pick those up. But good job. He's forcing Viper to step back, not before spraying a bunch of ketchup on the ground here. Man. It looks funny when the red units splatter like that. It's actually just ketchup. I guess when Viper's units get mangonel nuked like that, it's what is it then? Is it French coupons? Poor TaToH. He's trying to sneak out to the side to raid with the Rathas, but the raid just gets spotted immediately, so Viper gonna be able to send against that immediately. And still being so annoying with all these bombard cannons. There's no chance for TaToH to take out the BBC. I mean, monks are his best bet, but he's struggling so hard to protect them against the Turk Hussars and the Turk Cav Archers. He's now picked up Mahayana. What was that again? What was the Mahayana again? It's pop space. Less pop space for wills and monks. Interesting. But down goes the castle. I just feel like he doesn't have the time here to stabilize this situation and go into more unit switches. He's heavily going into halberdiers now, but I'm not even sure they're gonna help that much against these very well upgraded cav archers. Really, everything he has right now is this raid. If this raid doesn't work out, the game's over, I feel like. TaToH looking rough. He's got 160 wills. He's got Mahayana, so they don't take as much space. But he really needs to do damage with this raid. Let's see if he can do enough. In he goes. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure about this. He's killed a few, but it doesn't feel like he's really finding a lot of success with this. And Viper is just running into his base right now. I think that's the game. I think that's Viper chaining together 3 wins in a row to make the series interesting again. And bring it back from down 5-1. 6-1 actually. To 6-4 here. In a second is what it looks like, because I don't see TaToH being able to come back from this. Viper is just running rampant in his base right now, and his eco, it's under threat from everywhere. Even the tower here to add insult to injury on the wood line. That's the best part of every hideout game to me. Elephants as the last ditch effort here. Elephant archers. That's not gonna help either though, I'm afraid. That's gonna be it, man. That's gonna be it. TaToH, such an amazing day. Viper, though, with the 3 wins here in the end. Able to find his groove. Probably good for TaToH that the series ends, or the day ends right here. He's gonna be able to reset going into tomorrow. Trying to pick up again where he left earlier, 2 games ago. And get another few wins in. Turks seem so good, I guess. Fuck that Civ though, I mean, really. But yeah, they're good here. They're really good. As I said, I see them very valuable on these closed maps. And they're just running circles around TaToH at this point. He can't get a wall up. His castles are just gonna go down right away. And surely, I mean, he's gonna GG here in a second, right? He lost so many Rathos trying to raid, and he can't get the bombard cannons to go away. So that's gonna be it. Okay. Well, I expect GG to come in when the castle falls. I guess it's not. I guess he's pushing out with all of this, trying to get the castle back with his own threats. I don't see that working though. He's just diving that. Holy crap. The elephant archer is so beefy here. But, I mean, surely. Surely that is his last stand. Mediterranean wins, yeah. What count as Mediterranean? That's a question. TaToH gonna have to come into tomorrow figuring out what count as Mediterraneans. If I was mean, I was gonna say an honest day's work, but I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. Okay, castle goes down. Partial success for TaToH, but I mean, his castle went down in the south. So is it really that much of a win? I'm not sure. I'm not sure there. He's losing a ton of wills here. I mean, surely now he's gonna call it, right? His entire farming eco, wood lines in the south, all getting cleaned up here. Just for the price of one castle on his doorstep. That should be it. That should be it. Yep. 4-6 to close off day one. It's looking extremely close right now. It didn't an hour ago. But Viper able to fight its way back. And as I said, these two guys are so streaky. I've seen them win 3, 4, 5 games in a row in series before. That's not out of the ordinary at all. So we end the day on 6-4. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Thank God I'll be able to cast that. I won't be able to do 2 days from now. But tomorrow I'll be there to see how this series ends. And everything's open again. Really a good spot for Viper now. He was never out, as I said. Although he definitely was down, and still is down, technically. Gets the win on Turks. And that's one of his steals, right? I mean, not one of his steals, sorry. That's one of his wins that I said. Turks, Japanese, and Vikings are kind of specialized civs that can do really well on maps and that they're well suited for. So those three he kind of needs to win on. 6-4 now, man. Anything can happen. Good news for TaToH, he still has 5 of his top 7. Same thing for the Viper. Overall, pretty even, the civs that they've picked in terms of tier list. So shouldn't be too much of a disparity there. So TaToH with a slight advantage of 2 games in the series, able to pick the map going into tomorrow. So he should still be in the advantage. At this point, I believe in the Viper again, though. I believe he's gonna take the series. Not with my initial 11-7 prediction. I think that's a bit outlandish at this point, a bit too much, but yeah. Franks as a Mediterranean one. Ah, okay. Saracen's always TaToH. That's, I mean, he'll always pick those if he can. Mediterraneans is okay. Yeah, I haven't checked for those, and you're right. It's not looking too good there for the Viper. Franks and Goths, I guess you're right, would be the most Mediterranean ones. Okay, maybe his run ends there. You're right, you're right. Vikings, okay, I can see the Vikings. I can see it. I mean, do we have anything else? Mediterraneans. He's got the Romans and the Italians and the Turks. That's his. But he also has the Mayans for the Viper. Maybe it's not that he needs Mediterraneans. Maybe he just needs civs in the right, you know, in the right like 10 to 20 degrees above the equator. Maybe that's where he needs to civs. So Mayans, and maybe he can use the. Oh no, he lost on the Aztecs. Incas wouldn't be in that radius, I guess. But in that case, does he have others? I guess Hindustanis would fall into that category. Vietnamese? Probably as well, right? I'm not sure, but I think they're also like 10 degrees above the equator or whatever. Could be. So maybe it's all in relation to the latitude. Or is it latitude? I don't know. Those words so confusing. Chinese? I guess with Chinese you're pushing it, right? It depends. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with the details of this supposed buff. China is pretty big. Yeah. It's bigger west to east though than it is north to south. But it depends which islands you count as Chinese as well, right? I mean, depending on which narrative you go by, there's a lot of Chinese islands that probably are in the 10-degree, 20-degree type radius or longitude or whatever that the actual term is. Actually, 10 to 20 degrees is a bit much. That's or is a bit too little. I feel like Italy and Mediterranean. That's more. Isn't that more like the 20 to 35 range? The Mediterranean. Because the Vietnamese, the Hindustanis, and all that is the 10 to 20 range, right? Yeah, China is definitely more south than the Mediterranean. That's a little bit, I think, right? A little bit. It's difficult. Asia is just too huge, man. I can't picture the stuff there. Ugh. It's too difficult to guesstimate. Oh, okay. That's gonna do it for today. And it's 6-4 for TaToH, but he's thrown a 6-4 lead before against Yo, so he's not safe. Okay. Everything's still possible there. I'll try to update the stats here with everything that we've seen. Hideout goes to the Viper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, I've got all the stats in here. And then I'll be back tomorrow with the rest of this series, however long it takes. Could be a long day, honestly, but we'll see. This is not the last set. No. There's 2 more after this. This is the last set for TaToH, but everybody else has another set. Hera against Winch plays after this set, so 2 days from now. And the last set will be Viper against Yo. So that's why I'm saying, if TaToH wins this, then and Yo loses to Viper, then we have 3 players tied for second, and the game difference, the win-loss record will decide. And in that case, I think Viper is really favored with his 11-3 against Winchester. He should have a really good game record. So I think if he loses this series even by just 1 or 2 games, and he beats Yo, he should have the best record, I think. I mean, Hera could lose to Vinch, and in that case, Viper could still get first. If he beats TaToH and beats Yo, he probably is able to get first if Hera loses to Winch, because he has that 11-3 in his record. So it's not technically over yet. I just can't see that happening. Like, really, nah. There's nothing that would point towards that. Yo could get first? Yeah, same thing for Yo. But Yo's game difference is not too great, so that's unlikely. That's unlikely that he would be able to overtake Hera. Because he only beat TaToH by 1 single game. And I guess Hera only beat Viper by 1 single game. So the game difference for Yo right now is +1. The game difference for Hera right now is +10. That's, yeah, difficult to catch up. But I guess, yeah, if he beats Viper by 5 games and Hera loses to Winch by 6 games, then yeah, Yo could still overtake Hera, which is so difficult. So I don't think Yo has a shot for first place. Viper does, though, if Hera somehow loses to Winch. Then yeah, Viper has a really good shot. But in order to get first, he definitely needs to beat Yo. Or it needs to beat TaToH. So I think if Viper doesn't win this series tomorrow, it's over. Like, the race for first place is over. Because Yo isn't realistically gonna overtake Hera. But he could. If he, like, 11-0 the Viper, then I guess, yeah. If Hera loses to Winch as well, but no. So realistically, Viper's the only one who could get first, but since we assume Hera is beating Winch, nobody's taking that first place from Hera. The others, though, second place is wide open. Anybody could take that. Yo has the advantage that he has 2 wins already as the only player other than Hera. Viper has the advantage that his game score is really good. And TaToH has no advantage at all. Oh, I don't think he can even get second still, can he? Yeah, I guess he can. If Yo loses against the Viper by 11-2 or something, yeah, I guess he could. Yeah, I guess. So no, it's still wide open, the race for second. Okay. Then that's that for today. I'll be back tomorrow in 18.5 hours. I'll see you guys then. Was a really good day today.